Hello! Hope you're all good, guys. Who was supposed to be the team up today? There ain't no team up today, bruh. There ain't none. There ain't none. There was no one none. There wasn't a planned one. There ain't one. I don't know what that was. Hope you're all good. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, I'm just clicking through to join the server. I won't be too long. I feel absolutely knackered. I've been all full of adrenaline this morning. Maggie's fine, thank you, Garrett. A few other people have asked as well. Yeah, so it was pretty. She had to have the teeth out, not me. But I've got to be honest. Anyone that's got kids knows what it's like. But my adrenaline and my butterflies were up crazy. She had it done at 11. She was done by 20 past 11. Had 4 teeth taken out, 4 premolars, so there were the 5th teeth from the back. So she had them 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom taken out. But they only gave her the injections like you'd have if you're having a filling or something. Which that's what they were going to do. That was the plan. But I was kind of hoping she'd get a bit more than that. So she was obviously completely awake, completely there. Had to have those needles into her gums, and then. Oh yeah, I didn't enjoy it very much. I know I'm not having it done, but I sat in the room with her, and I've got to be honest. Outwardly I was fine, but inwardly I was a bit of a mess. It was pretty hard. She did well though. She was a trooper. It was pretty. I don't know. It's just one of those things, you know. Like I got there at 20 to 11, and sat in the room with her. And then as soon as she's had the teeth out and then she's got to go home, I'm just getting in the car and driving home, which was a bit crap as well, if I'm honest. Like, I literally saw her for the 20 minutes she was sitting in the chair and the 15 minutes beforehand when she was pale as a ghost, really worried about it, you know. I had 4 teeth removed when I was a kid to fit my braces. It was awful. I got dry socket in one. Well, here's hoping she doesn't get that. Yeah. When do the braces go on? She's got an appointment mid-November for the braces to go on. Oh, but yeah, I got in the car park and I was parking in the same car park as a mum and her would have done, and parked up. And she came to the side of the car and she looked really pasty pale. You know, she was clearly like worried about it, fretting about it, and. As you would, you know, if you're 13 and you're going to have 4 teeth taken out, you're going to be nervous, right? So she was very apprehensive, but she was a trooper. Yeah, that's true. At least I was there in the room. Her mum came. Obviously, her mum drove where the dentist isn't in their home village or anything. It's like a 15-minute drive at least from their house, I think. So, because they live in a really, really small place, there's no dentist where they live. It's a little village, you know. So, anyway, I'm just gonna turn the music off. Yeah. So, but her mum's my elder daughter's got a cold and her mum's getting it. So. She stayed in there was only one chair in the dentist surgery, but she stayed in the waiting room and I went in with her. I wasn't sure who was going to go. I was kind of hoping I'd go, but you know what, kids might want their mum, you know, but her mum was full of a cold, so I think she ducked out and pushed me into it. But yeah, anyway, it went well. She's fine. She's texted me a few times since. She's got the sensation back in her mouth from, you know, where they give you the injections and you can't feel anything. So she's got that. She knows all what she's meant to be doing. So I think she's going to be off school tomorrow as well because 4 teeth taken out. There's going to be some blood. There's going to be some clotting and whatnot. And she needs to start doing regular saline, like saltwater mouthwashes from tomorrow lunchtime. So she can't really go. She's going to be off school tomorrow. So she gets 2 days off school at least. Oh, everyone is sick these days. Yeah, well, it's only a cold, I think. My daughter had it, and she was off school on Friday. She was off sick on Friday last week, and now her mum's got it. I don't think I'll get it with any luck. Dental stuff is mostly fine. I've had a tooth removed myself, only one. And I can't say that I enjoyed it, but it didn't particularly hurt. But it was just, it was a bit further back than the one Maggie had removed. So it had 3 roots and he struggled to get it out and it just felt really industrial. So he was struggling to get it out. I think at one point he had his knee on my chest. He was like, he had his knee on my chest and they're like both hands on the pliers or whatever they use. It was, so it felt somewhat industrial to say the least, but it didn't hurt. The thing that's hurt for me is when I've had root canal. That hurts because they have to do some of the root canal with no injection. So when you have root canal, the first time you have at least 2 appointments for that. The first time they drill down the root and take away the nerve, and they can do that with, obviously they're drilling through the nerve, so they're going to do that with an injection, right? So you have that. But the next time you go, they have to be sure that they've got rid of the nerve, so they don't give you an injection. And then they stick something right up through the root of your teeth to make sure they've got it all. And they find out when it hurts like fuck. You know? So that bit of root canal didn't really go very well for me. Oh, dear me. Well, now they have better tools for that. I'm surprised they didn't. Wildcats, I think it's because it had 3 roots. It was just awkward. They used the same. They put some kind of clamp round it. I think one of the problems they had though is because it was a tooth that needed root canal, and there was a lot of the tooth was decayed, so there wasn't a load of tooth left for them to pull with. Right? It was kind of, if they'd used the normal one, I think they'd have just broke the tooth. So I think he was struggling a bit. Anyway, it wasn't fun. Make sure you've got some multivits on standby and some sticks. Yeah, I'll be all right. I have some oranges every day and fruit and different shit. It's all good. I'm a picture of health. I'm the picture of health in a fat man's body now. It's all good. I had my blood test results through yesterday, and all is well. Everything, like, the only thing 2 years ago that was wrong is my HDL was too low, and now it's back where it should be. So I'm fit as a fiddle. Maybe slightly overweight fiddle, but I'm getting there. JK Larry, thank you for the 45 months. Some Saucy, thank you very much for the prime. Cheers for that. Mason, thank you for the new sub. Mark, thank you for the 46. Chocolate Obnob, thank you for the very long one, dude. Thank you for the 89. Taste Like Poik, thank you very much for the 40 months. Hope you're well. Another day, an amazing run. I hope so. I enjoyed yesterday. The only reason I'm not doing Valning today is just partly I wanted a change. I'm late, obviously. It's nearly 4 o'clock, 20 to 4, and I've not even started yet. And on top of that, I am going to stream tomorrow, so I thought I'd do Valling tomorrow afternoon and just do some Chernarus today. So I'm going to be on tomorrow because I didn't stream Sunday. So I'll be on tomorrow. Not sure about Sunday. In theory, I should be streaming this Sunday. But it would be my dad's 75th birthday on Sunday. Obviously, he's passed away 4 years ago nearly. But I'm taking my mum out for Sunday lunch, and I think I'll still stream, but just see how it goes. We'll see what the time's like, you know. I did die in the end, Rox. Yeah, I got killed. There was a lot of shots, and I went running back, and there was a fully geared dude hiding in the trees that saw me, and I just got popped. Open that 25-year-old. Nope. I'm going to drink a little when I go away to TwitchCon, but I ain't drinking at home yet. How dare you make us wait? How dare you? How very dare you? It's the game making us wait, sorry. Tassel, it depends on the day, dude. Sometimes I play lightly modded, sometimes I play no modded, but mostly it's survivally DayZ though. So yeah, I'm a bit late. I got back. I probably could have started before 2 o'clock, but I got back, and like I say, I was really full of adrenaline still. I had a bit of I have a bit of a dodgy drive home as well. I tried to ring my mum and she didn't pick up. And I tried to ring my nan, who's 98, and she's always in, and she didn't pick up. And I rang her 4 times in like 40 minutes, and she didn't pick up. So I spent the whole drive home going, what the hell's going on? And then when my mum finally got home from being out, I found out that she'd gone out for lunch down the pub with my cousin and aunt and uncle. But I was a bit fretting on the drive back. I got back, I was so full of adrenaline. I didn't make lunch straight away. I went for a walk, and I went for a walk and got my head straight, and I've not eaten till like 3:30. Okay, this is an interesting spot. All right, well let's just go this way. I know where we are. Puster is over that way. I recognise it from that hunting stand. Might as well go and check that hunting stand. Felix Bath, not Flexi Bath. Felix Bath, thank you for the 19 months. I was panicking a bit about my nan. Like, obviously, you know what grandmas or great-grandmas in this case, you know, they'll fret over like both her and my mum were wanting an update about Maggie's teeth, so couldn't get hold of my mum, and she quite often goes shopping on a Thursday, so I figured that's what she was doing. But my nan not answering for 40 minutes, like in my head I was like, oh, I hope she's not fallen and can't get to the phone or whatever else, you know. Like, turns out she's down the pub. How's the cardio going? Assuming you mean real life, I don't really do cardio, dude. I don't feel I need to. I do a walk, like a hike every day, like 80 to 90 minutes minimum. So I go on a walk, I do lots of steps, and I do weights 6 days out of 7. But I'm not doing any, beyond the walking, I'm not doing any cardio. I can't be fucked. I have no interest in it at all. And I don't think you need to. John Cena doesn't do cardio, and if it's good enough for John Cena, it's good enough for me. Just for coming in though, dude. Hope you're good. I don't know if I'm such a family man, Fluffy. I'm living in a reasonably nice house on my own, you know. A failed family man maybe, but anyway, I did my best today. That's the main thing. You can't see me. I've heard that before, Garrett. Something like 8 or 9 years ago, I think. I think you should be impressed that I remembered, to be honest, Garrett. I'm not John Cena. I didn't say I was, but the point is, look how healthy he is, and he doesn't do cardio, right? He's clearly a unit. He's healthy as fuck, you know. You can be a healthy person without doing, like, running on a treadmill or whatever. You don't have to do cardio to be healthy. That's the point, right?
_trimspotato__trimspotato_.
In no way am I saying I'm John Cena, but he's a good candidate for proof that you can be a very healthy person without doing shitloads of cardio. He does specific cardio. I've seen a video of himself talking, saying he doesn't do cardio, Tempest. Like, but you effectively, the kind of weights he's doing, he'll be doing stuff that makes his heart rate go up anyway, you know, but he doesn't do exercise bikes or stuff like that. He does walking and gyms, you know. Hey Paul, your girlfriend was on Jimmy Kimmel last night. Did you see it? I did not see it, no.
Another month, another
I'd like to have seen Emily on Jimmy Kimmel.
How did you get through her last breakup, mate?
Barry, dude, sorry to hear it. I still aren't really through it, dude. I still think about my ex every day. I'm not through it really. I'm just doing the best I can to try and be a better me, you know. I didn't get the joke, Tempest. Sorry, I'm not on the ball today. Clearly. Barry, thank you very much, dude. All you can do is that. Like, breakups aren't easy, are they? I still think about my ex every day. Thought about it today while I was like on the way back. You know, I do. But relationships are hard, and sometimes they end. You know, and even if you're like the one that's not pushing it, you know, like it's come as a surprise to you or something, at some point down the line you'll come to realise it was for the best and you're happier, you know. It just takes time, doesn't it? Do you stalk your ex on social media? No. No, I don't. I think that would occupy too much of my brain. You're going to continue. Should people keep bringing it up? It is what it is. Someone's just gone through a breakup and they want to talk about it. I'm fine. sometimes being a streamer is a bit like being a barman, you know, like someone comes in and wants to share their woes, you know, like it's surprising. Like sometimes if you're getting your hair cut, you might say something to the person cutting your hair that you might not say to your mum or whatever, you know, like, or whoever, you know, your immediate other, your partner, whatever it might be, you know. It's like no great shakes. Spear raid. I think we'll swerve that for now. Barry, good luck though, dude. I hope all goes well. Hi, Proud Dad. Hope you're good. Career change. Well, that's not always a bad thing. Do any of your family watch the stream? Maggie, who has just had the teeth out, she tunes in once every now and then, once every month or so. My nephew, he was down for the week, staying at my mum's, and he came here briefly.
Morgan,
and he tuned
greetings from Austria.
Briefly that day, but nobody really does very often. I had a Facebook message from somebody that I used to work with the other day to say that they'd watched the Sniper of Kazooington video. Him and his son had watched it and they really enjoyed it, which is cool. I used to work with him in Comet years and years ago, which is kind of cool, you know. Like, but no, not many people watch it. DayZ's such a niche game, you know. Like, there'll be people that enjoy DayZ near where I live, of course, but it's not. DayZ's a very popular game, but like locally to me, there's not going to be hundreds and hundreds of people watching it, you know. Like, occasionally my nephew tunes into a video, occasionally one of my cousins does, and the same with my daughter, but not very often. Your kids don't want to play the same games as you. Like kids want to do things differently to their parents, right? They want their own things. They don't want their parents' things. So they'll almost gravitate away from whatever you're doing.
Use that free Prime sub, people.
Mr. Wizard, thank you very much for using the free Prime. Oh, dude, look at that. I shouldn't really... It is what it is. It doesn't really change the gameplay, does it? It would be nice if it were a bit better. International break again. I'm actually quite pleased about that, to be honest, dude. I think Liverpool having an international break is probably coming at the right time. They've had 2 bad results. This gives them a bit of a break. It gives Slot chance to think about things, think about formations, think about ways to get them to start clicking. I think an international break is coming at a good time. They've just got spanked twice, which I think they need. They need a wake up, and they need to come back with the next game and really go out like all guns blazing. You know, I think it could well be a good thing. Redline, I'd appreciate if you didn't refer to the viewers as plebs, by the way. Just making it clear that I don't think viewers are plebs. I don't have a god complex. I can't even say god complex. But yeah, we'll do the picks later. God, I feel so fucking shattered. Well, I can see why in that regard, right, Rhino. I breed snakes for a living, and all 3 of my sons are very interested. I can see why in that regard. That's a very cool thing, isn't it? Like my daughter has shown an interest in the streaming, but she's not going to be interested in DayZ. It's an old man's game, isn't it? You know, like. But I can see why had 3 sons would be interested in breeding snakes. It's right up a lad's street, isn't it? You can see why they would be. If you were interested in stamp collecting or something, you might feel differently. Which is my favourite football team? Liverpool. Wirtz does not fit into Liverpool's system. Not yet, dude. He's only played a handful of games. He is a genuinely brilliant player who's adapting to life from the Bundesliga. It'll take a bit of time, but he'll get there. Plenty of players have a dodgy half season when they join another club, especially when they come from another country.
Hope your house is coming along. Just got my own and in the thick of moving and doing updates. TRMZ Lav.
Ouch, I'm an old man. Well, I understand that you're not Tempest. You know what I mean, okay? Maggie tuning in to check on how well her inheritance is growing. Well, I think the kids have realised that I'm doing all right on that front. I guess, you know, that it's not so long ago. Legitimately, it's not that long ago. 3 years maybe. That my elder daughter thought what I did. She used to say you'd be better off flipping burgers. And once, if anyone in the chat is flipping burgers, I ain't judging. This is what she used to say, right? But genuinely, I think she used to think that I was on minimum wage and like playing DayZ for a living was like bottom of the barrel. Wasn't that long ago. But it's not living up to the price tag, Gooner. You know as well as I do that players take a while to settle in. Like, you're not hearing me starting to dig out your striker who hasn't scored in 200 odd minutes because it takes a while to get used to new clubs from new leagues, and you know damn well it does. It took Moses Caicedo more than half a season to adapt to joining Chelsea, and he came from another Premier League club, you know, like these things can happen. That's not good. I really ought to eat this apple. Oh, fuck me dead. How many players bought for more than 100 million have been a success? Well, there aren't many that have been bought, you know. Like, how many over 100 million pound players have there been in the Premier League? Moses Caicedo, Isak, and Wirtz. I don't think there's been any others, is there? No, Declan Rice was one. He's been a success, I'd say. It's a lot of money, but I think he's a good player. He's clearly done well for Arsenal, you know. Like, you couldn't say he's not been. Caicedo's been a success, but it's really early with the other two Liverpool players. There aren't many £100 million players in the Premier League for obvious reasons. You could say, for example, that Jude Bellingham signing for Real Madrid, he's been a massive success. He was over 100 million, wasn't he? Alright, I could do with a knife. If I could get a knife, I might even eat the potato. Legit-wise. It's raw. I'm thinking I might cook it, you see. If I cook the apple, I'll get more energy from it. So I might just let myself starve for a little bit longer. And I just want a knife, and then I might even cook the stupid effing potato. Why am I even bothering? I've got rope. Medic, GG, you've lost over £47. That's very, very good. I've lost the same. I've lost £47 so far. Well, I think it was kind of 48 as of this morning, but whenever I say what I've lost, I always go by kind of I always undersell it just by £1 because, like, you can be £1 lighter today and then £1 heavier tomorrow, you know, like, your weight fluctuates a little bit, you know. Do you take daily multivitamins IRL? I eat quite a balanced diet at the moment. Hopefully I can maintain it. The only thing I'm taking daily is 5 grams of creatine, and I take an omega-3 fish oil supplement that has vitamin A and D in it, and omega-3 and fish oil. But beyond that, no, I don't take anything. I don't really like fish. And omega-3 is really quite important, obviously, in your diet. And I don't really eat much fish, so I take the omega-3 thing for that. Was that an axe in the shed? If it was, I should have took it, so I completely missed it, but never mind. Yeah, it's okay, you don't need to search for those pounds, Ruse, and I'm good without them, I think. There's a lot of foxes around, isn't there? Do I think Sesko will be a success? I'm not going to lie, I haven't really seen United play. It's just so hard to know. Like, that striker, that Rasmus Højlund, he's like a fucking world beater at Napoli, isn't he? I saw the goal on Sky Sports News yesterday morning that he scored. It looked great. You know, like it's so hard to fathom. It's insane, isn't it? You know, like I think what's his name? Our matey that's at Barcelona, whose name I can't fucking get in my stupid brain at the moment. He's got 2 goals and 5 assists. He's playing regularly, you know. Marcus Rashford. It's madness, isn't it? He had the dude also at Napoli, I think, wasn't it? Who finished 18th in the Ballon d'Or, Scott McTominay. It's absolute madness. This is not the manager's fault necessarily. It's just the culture and whatever's going on right now. But these players are struggling like fuck and like all in their shells and looking like they can't kick a ball, and then they go somewhere else and can, you know. It's incredible. It's really hard to fathom what the fuck's going on. So it's really hard to say, you know, like somebody like Sesko, he could do, yeah. He certainly seemed to have talent before he went to United, and it's early yet to decide how he's doing, but I don't know, it's just really weird. I thought Rooney's sons played for City. I don't know why I thought that. I think one of his lads got really badly injured, didn't he, not long ago? I think I could be thinking about someone else. Do you know what? It's not. It's Emil Heskey. Emil Heskey's got 2 sons that play for Man City. That's what they both played their first game the other day together in a youth game, I think. Have I ever made a video on some good loot routes on Chernarus? Hi, Grappler. I haven't, no. I know every stream, this is a good loot route that I'm doing right now, kind of, you know, but every stream can be a little bit like a loot route video, but I don't tend to do stuff like that. It's just not really my bag, you know. The video I made at the weekend, it's not really my thing, but I'm so passionate about the spawn system, I kind of wanted to make it, you know. I wanted to show some video proof of what I'm trying to feed back. I don't think it'll make any difference. But having an opinion is not as solid as having an opinion backed up with video proof of the opinion, you know. So I just wanted to put it on my channel. Aside from that, it's not really my thing. There's been some good... I think Amish Zed's done some good loot route videos. Rav Plays has definitely done some as well. I haven't really done them. If I did something like that, I think I'd be inclined to talk through it. And maybe you can use the sort of floaty camera, maybe. I might... Maybe one day I might talk through some loot routes, perhaps, but the thing is they change, you know. The loot routes change every patch, you know. It changes. It's possible in the next patch that they're trying to make certain gear a little bit harder to find, right? It might be that in the next patch, once the loot economy has changed, that the loot routes change and other things become more powerful and different options become more viable. Mouldy Sneakers, thank you for the 39 months. Lukins, thank you. Sorry, Lucas, thank you for the Prime. Double Think, thank you for the Prime as well. Cheers for the support, guys. Really, really appreciate it. Wild Bill, thank you very much. Dan Jenkins, thank you as well. None of, cheers for the support. Mr. Wizard, thank you for the 60 months. Use that free Prime sub. Thank you. Captain Crap, thank you for the 12. Marco at Lowy. Or Iowa. No, it's not Iowa. Iowa. I think it's an L, but it's hard to tell. It's joined to the bottom of the line. Anyway. Morgan, greetings from Austria. Marco,
and it all starts
thank
by
you.
watching a team up he did with Sackreal. Love the stream and the community. Now let's go shoot some bad guys. And maybe even some good guys, too.
Yeah, that as well. Dude, thank you. That was a long time ago now. Holy shit, that's a base, isn't it? Marco, sorry it took me a little while to get there, dude, but I do appreciate the bits. I did hear that alert come through about Morgan, but I was waxing lyrical at the time, so apologies. Thank you very, very much for the bits, dude. I hope you're still here. Swiss cheese, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. Morgan! Oh. Is this official? It's not very modded. Sorry, Lucas, I really don't want to get stuck on what type of server I'm on. I'm playing on a really survivally type server, but not like intense or something. Have I ever spawned on top of a dead geared guy? I've spawned in and found really good gear, like, without having to work for it over the years. Yeah, not for a while, but you have done, yeah. It's all good, Lucas, no worries. What is a free Prime? It's on Twitch, Ray. So if you're a Twitch viewer and you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to your favourite streamer per month, and the streamer gets a financial benefit for that without you having to spend any more money than you're already spending on having Twitch Prime. So it's effectively a free sub if you're already paying for Twitch Prime. Liam, hopefully you're having fun in the game now, you know, that's the main thing. Salah's having a slow start to the season as well, Mark, but you don't become a bad player overnight. It's rather hard to take the jibes with any kind of degree of pain. You know, Liverpool won the league last year. I couldn't give a fuck. It took a long time from like 30 years, wasn't it? Until they won it under Klopp, and then Klopp left and we won it the next season. I couldn't give a fuck. You can try all you like. I ain't going to be bothered. They won the league last year. I do, you're right. When did you have the ability to rewind the stream? Lucas, you got that the second you subscribed. So it's a new feature at the moment. It's only available for subscribers to the stream on Twitch.
A formal fundraising dinner for people who suffer from premature ejaculation. Large crowds expected, so come early in your best tank.
Thank you very much, No Name. That sounds legit. Cheers, No Name. Thank you, Reliant. Thank you as well. Yeah, that's going to be hard because a lot of the houses are called things like, I saw your question about, like, has anyone done a video about the names? But most of the names are relating to the colours, you know, like Jamaica House and Watermelon House and Green Stilted and Red Stilted and Red Double Fronted and Green Double Fronted, you know, they ain't going to help you very much if you can't see the colours so well. It's kind of goofy when you can do it for free on YouTube. I agree, Lucas, but I was thinking about that a little bit in the car this morning, to be honest. But it's going to be a feature that everyone's going to get. But like everything with Twitch, they roll it out slowly. You know, they've introduced a 1440p beta, but it doesn't work in every country. You know, you have to apply to be in the beta as a streamer. Now they'll let you in, but you have to apply and then wait your turn. You know, nothing ever happens overnight with Twitch. I think because everything costs money, right? So they do everything very, very slowly. So the rewind feature is coming to everybody, but right now, as they're introducing it and sort of ironing it out, it's only available for people with Twitch Turbo and people with subscribing to that channel. That's just the way Twitch is. I think, despite the fact they're owned by Amazon, they do everything on a shoestring. You know, everything's on an incredibly tight budget. Because they're expected to make profit, and they don't really. 1440p does look a lot better. I thought that myself. I watched a little tiny bit of the stream yesterday. I think I watched a clip back or something yesterday or the day before. It really does look sharp compared to how it used to look. You know, it makes it look way, way better. So I'm not eating the apple because I was intending to cook it, but I haven't got a knife. At cooking it now, I've been hungry so long, it won't really do much. It won't really make much difference, but I still haven't got a knife. That's crazy, isn't it? Burnt chimkin. Dropped boots. Somebody left those. Come on in, love. would you like me to send you the 10-day weather forecast for San Diego? I won't change anything. No, it's all right. You can do if you like, but I don't believe 10-day weather forecasts. I tend to prefer looking out the window. But whatever it says, it doesn't mean it'll come true. My picks for the American football are more likely to be right than the 10-day weather forecast. 22, 23 and over and sun. That sounds good. I like it though. Let's hope it is right. I bought so many pairs of jeans in the last few weeks. It's kind of stupid, really. Well, I say I bought so many. I bought 5 pairs of jeans. I bought some and I liked them, but I decided I want some with taper as well as straight leg. Fucking 5 pairs of jeans. I'm not going to bring them all to San Diego, but I did need a few because the ones that I've been wearing don't fit me anymore, obviously. All summer I've been wearing shorts, and my jeans that I'm wearing March, April time are like considerably too big for me now, so I had to get some new ones. I don't get skinny slim ones, dude. I don't like skinny jeans. For me, I don't like them. I've got straight cut and taper, but they're not skinny. They're just like slightly tapered. So 501s and 502s, if that means anything to anyone. Am I on a diet? I mentioned it. I know, dude. I do like to keep my cards very close to my chest, right? How am I not finding a fucking knife? What is wrong with this game? Valentine, thank you for the 35 months. Really appreciate it. Ashley, thank you for the prime. Ashley, I say Ashley. Cheers for the support as well. Thank you for the prime. No, Dave. I don't even watch Coronation Street. My ex-wife used to watch it, so I'd seen it a few times as a result. But he's quite a well-known figure, isn't he? I can't even remember what his name was, but I know he was the butcher. Fred, yeah, that's it. Fred something. But yeah, you're right. Fred Elliott, yeah. Apple in my pocket. Yes, I know, Barmy. I'm well aware of the apple in my pocket. I've explained many a time why I'm not eating it. Tuna on the next house. You can feel it. Might be right. It made you rewatch League of Gentlemen too. Oh, so good. Just missed a head torch. Oh, I don't care. I don't need a head torch. We're not going any underground areas, are we? Watched any series lately? I watched episode 2 of Slow Horses last night. What's that on the ground? It's a wrench. Oh, it goes on the backpack. That's cool. What is that show? It's London MI5 sort of stuff. Espionage, kind of. Well, not really, but crime / there's some kind of disaster going on, and the slow horses are like the reject MI5. They put all the ones that kind of make a mistake, or they don't want them actually in the main building. They all go into the Slough House, it's called. They all go into this building and work under Gary Oldman, who's like a former proper top-level sort of spy that really knows his stuff, but he's just kind of like disgruntled and doesn't really give a shit. Kind of like working out his until his retirement. but he really knows what he's doing. And so it's like the rejects working under someone who doesn't give a fuck, and they try to like solve shit or not die. Basically, is what it is. It's really, really good. Gary Oldman is absolutely amazing in it. It's on Apple TV is the problem, so you need to be able to watch Apple TV. But they're on 2 episodes through season 5 now, so if you've not seen it, I would strongly suggest trying I don't know if Apple do like a 28-day free trial, but do it and binge it and then cancel it, you know, like there's some other good shows on Apple, like Ted Lasso, for example, but it's well worth binging it and making sure you don't pay any money if you're trying to avoid paying any money, you know. Cheers, Scrubs. Whoa! Hello.
No problem, no problem.
There seemed to be a problem.
No problem, no problem.
Right, drop your things. Drop your things.
Problem, no weapon.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I know
No
you.
problem.
Yeah. Well, you drop your stuff. I want to see what you have. Drop it.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Moment.
Yeah, drop all your things. And your clothes as well. And your clothes. And then, I won't kill you, but only if you do as I say. Drop all the things. And your pantaloons and your jumper.
Is that Morgan?
And then the hip thing. And now if you don't mind just going in there so I can have a look. You go in there. In there. That's it.
Him up.
You stay in there, you're all good.
What?
Just stay in there. Ferme. Right. Au revoir. Je t'aime Mbappé. S'il vous plaît.
Tu es français?
Non. And your pantaloons and jumper. I think I said jump hair. Anyway, whatever I said. Get out. Jump hair. Sorry, guys. You may not have understood much of that. I know it was... As I've said many a time, I speak fluent Del Boy French, you know. I'm perfect. I went yellow health while I was standing in front of him. Mange tout, mon petit pois. Punster, thank you very much for the 26 months. You could still be following me. It's not like I'm very quick right now, is it? He did have a pistol, but he didn't go for it. That was a fun interaction, wasn't it? Just goes to show that you can hold somebody up, but it does help if they don't have much of a gun. Keo, I would say, like, if you've got any experience in DayZ, I would say that is not necessarily that unenjoyable of an experience for you as well. If I got held up by someone that was just holding me up and wasn't nursing a fucking erection because they were getting off on some massive power trip and let me live and let me kill most of my stuff, didn't take all of my bandages, just like... I would much rather that than just get shot by the shotgun. I think that's a much better outcome. Especially if they clearly didn't speak very good English, but they had a stab at speaking English anyway. I think I'd have very much respected them for that. Right, I think waiting to
Got back into DayZ
cook the apple
recently.
is kind of
Seems
stupid.
nicer for newbies in a way.
Although I have got a knife now, so maybe I should have cooked it. It's not too late to change my mind. I only had a couple of mouthfuls. Got back into DayZ recently. Seems nice for newbies in a way. Well, I hope you keep enjoying it, dude. This is really bad. I only had dinner about 3:30. Just before 3, maybe. 3 to 3:30. I don't know. I'm fucking hungry. Oh my god. Right, fuck. I'm not bothering then. I was going to cook it, but like, what is the point of cooking that? I didn't even check the percentage, but it was well under 50, maybe 30-ish, 35. Let's just eat the apple. Hopefully we'll find some food. Save that apple all that while to cook it and finally get a knife and then just eat it anyway. Luigi, thank you very much for the support. I hope you keep enjoying the game. Thank you. Do I ever use fruit trees when struggling for food? Not normally, Scrubs. Unless you know some other people have been around. I find it too slow. You can do it. It's definitely a viable tactic. But fruit spawns in dynamically. So that means that fruit only spawns in if you stay there. And I tend to value travelling on to the next place and the next place. More so than staying in one place for a long time hoping fruit will spawn in, you know. But it definitely works. Ideally what you really could do with is going somewhere where you know players have been recently. So, I don't know, let's just say let's say you're in Steroy. And just as you were arriving, you saw people running up the hill and leaving. Like maybe 3 players or something, you know. You know there's been players around, but it seems like there's no one around now. That's when it's worth checking the apple trees, because while they looted around, apples will have been spawning in, or pears or plums will have been spawning in. But if you just arrive to Steroy and it's like a ghost town, and you don't think anyone's been around, you've got to stay there for fucking ages to make the apples spawn in, or the pears spawn in, and it just... I don't see the point myself. I'd rather run on to Goglovo or something like that and kill some zombies, get some food that way. Luigi, I think the best map to learn the game on is Chernarus. It's the most balanced survival map. It's not the easiest map, but I think it's the best map to relearn the game on. It's also the OG map, so it's probably the best one to have knowledge of. Very cool. Chances of a base in here, 50-50. Oh dear. Fire axe there. Poor fuckers were killed while they were cooking. That's what you get for cooking there. Exactly très bien, is it? Butter, yeah, I don't normally say. There's not many mods on this server. It doesn't really help me to go into specifics. Your first week of uni went well. Very cool. There was a stab vest, was there? I didn't see the stab vest. I'll go back and get it, shotgun. I should have seen that, though, because I definitely need it. Yeah, it's badly damaged, but it still does something for me. I can fix it with the epoxy as well. I might probably do that, to be honest. Oh, just starting to sort of feel normal again. It's a really weird thing when your kid's ill or in hospital or even just like this. She's had 4 teeth removed. You know, it's not the end of the world, but it's fucking horrible. I'm very glad it's the other side of it now. How to lose my segment of health? Hunger, dude. I got a weird spawn when I joined the server. Not really near anywhere. Went to Puster and killed zombies and looted around. There was no food, so food has been a bit of a premium. At a bit of a premium. So the reason I've lost any health is due to hunger. Yeah, well spotted, shotgun. There was 2 stab vests, was there? Oh, well, I'll keep this one. I've got to be honest, I was a little bit unsure I really wanted to be there too long. I've died there so often over the years. I didn't really want to be fucking about. Canned Reaper, she's doing great. She's obviously not here with me. She's at home with her mum, but she's going to be off school today and tomorrow. She had the 4 teeth taken out. She was a trooper. She was really pale and clearly, like, very anxious. Very, very nervous ahead of it. She looked like she was, like, waiting for something she didn't... Like she was waiting for a firing squad or something, you know. She looked very, very pale and nervous, but she was fine while she had it done. She only had numbing injections and then had 4 teeth taken out. I think that was pretty brave, you know. That's the way they do it. That's the way that dentist does it, but... knowing Maggie, that was pretty brave, you know. Like she's well, I think she's finding herself, to be honest. But she's put off having these braces done because she was really unsure about it, you know. Like she didn't want to have teeth out. It's quite an obstacle to overcome. So I'm pretty proud of her, to be honest. Is she like me? She is quite like me in a lot of ways, yeah. When I was a kid, like you learn to just get on with stuff as you become an adult. But when I was a kid, I remember when I was about 9, I had tonsillitis a lot, and the doctor was like, "I think we need to have your tonsils out. You keep getting tonsillitis." So we just changed doctors. So as a kid, I was a little bit similar, but as an adult, you learn to do the right thing. You know? To be fair, it was a subjective thing with the tonsils. It's very much subjective whether you have to have them out or not. And the next doctor looked in my files. He looked at the same information and was happy enough that it wasn't an essential thing to do, and there was no pressing need for it to happen. So if they absolutely needed to have it done, I'd have had to have them done, wouldn't I? I'm finding a lot of weapon cleaning kits. Not much else, though. GTO, yeah, we've been talking about it for years, dude. I know he's down. I'm definitely down. But the big problem is that I can't really stream at 2 a.m. or whatever, you know. And he sleeps when I stream, and I sleep when he streams, you know. But if we can make that work, I'm sure one day it'll happen again. But I think we both know we'd do that, you know. Smoke's a lovely dude. I remember teaming up with him when he had like just over 100 viewers, long time ago, obviously. But Smoke's a good dude. So I'm sure at some point it will happen. But I have been given that same answer for a long time. That's definitely true as well. Nearly lost your youngest a few Christmases ago. Double pneumonia and a few other problems. Went in hospital for for nearly 3 weeks. Spent Christmas there, and I was a complete mess. Oh, dude. Spudder, well, I'm glad everything worked out. It isn't easy. That's much harder than a... And having 4 teeth out is not a nice thing, but it's much more routine, obviously, you know. It was horrible. I didn't enjoy sitting in there, you know. Like, I was all full of adrenaline on the way up. I was all like, oh, God, I hope she's all right. I hope she does all right and all this. But it was only a short-run thing, and now she's kind of on the home straight, painkillers and just, like, mouth rinsing from tomorrow. It's not that big of a deal, really. It's just, like, half an hour of heartache, or heartstrings, whatever. Thank you for the super chat. I'm afraid I can't see a name there, but thank you for the super chat. Your emote's a little Scullington. Thank you. Would you ever play with a subscriber? Lil Joker, I tend to team up with people that watch the streams here and there randomly when I meet them in the game, but I don't schedule them any other way, dude, because if I did, I'd never do anything else, you know. I don't think streaming makes me important. I don't have a really high opinion of myself. I love what I do, but I tend to try and play the game. I play with my friends that I play on stream with. I occasionally team up with somebody that's streaming or YouTubing that I don't know. Like the other day I teamed up with Cobra. That's a cheat. That's absolutely a cheat. No way it's not. I guess we'll have to gravitate back to the Quest server. Officials, that's third time in 4 days. The second time in 4 days. But yeah, I can't really team up with subscribers, dude. I've been having questions about teaming up with subscribers since 2014, you know. It's not really an easy thing to do. Right, I guess we'll go back onto community then. I did do that, but I'm not going to try and... Ambi, I'm not going to try and say, yeah, pay £1,000 towards charity and then you can team up with me. That's not really a viable thing. That's not so viable. Where are we going? There we are. We'll go back to community. You were saying the spawn system is the worst thing on official servers. I still think it's the worst thing on official servers, Seamus. Yes, I do. Because it's something that's easy to change. Like, I know that the devs, believe it or not, I know it might not feel like it, the devs are constantly trying to deal with the hacking. It's not something they're well aware of. It's something that they are constantly fighting a battle against. And they don't give out figures all the time, but they did say they banned 30,000 Steam accounts in 2023, for example, right? So I know the devs are well aware of the cheating, and I know that they're doing the best they can, like every other developer that's struggling against a tide of the money-making machine that is selling cheats in video games, right? But the spawn system is an unintentional choice. It's completely different, isn't it? Please, me and my wife are starting on a renovation project and would really love some love from you. Please help. Oh, holy shit, it's autumn. Interesting. If I'd known that, I'd have started on here. It's switched to autumn, Chernarus. That is cool. Autumn Chernarus is about my favourite. I really like autumn Chernarus. Look at that skybox. Oh shit, you can't see as I'm waxing lyrical about it. I don't know what you mean by show some love, but I hope the renovation goes well. I don't. Yeah, good luck. I don't know what else you mean, but good luck. Why not viable? If you mean teaming up with subscribers, why is it not viable?
Time keeps flying by.
Because there's one of me and 500,000 of you, and I wouldn't be able to get through the list, and all I would do would disappoint people. And some people would be asking, and then I'd get in and find out that they were 13, and it would just feel completely inappropriate, and so on, you know. So it's not something that I wish to do in a simple terms, right? It isn't a sensible thing for me to do as a creator, and it's also impossible. Years and years ago, like when I first started when I first started making videos, right? Well, we'll crack on from here. When I first started making videos, I added a couple of early subscribers to my Steam because I like we're talking about subscriber number 32 or whatever, you know, like really, really early. But one one dude, for example, I added him to Steam because he was enjoying the videos and he seemed like a nice guy. And he sent me a Steam message one day saying, "Do you fancy teaming up?" And it was just a day where I was working and I wasn't playing. I was like, "Sorry, I'm not playing today, can't do it." And then he sent me a message a second time, a week later on a Sunday at 6 p.m. saying, "I'm playing DayZ this evening, do you want to team up?" And I sent one back saying, "Not playing today, I'm having Sunday dinner with my kids." And then he sent me a load of verbal abuse about how he'd added me to Steam and I think I'm so special and all this and all that, and how I'm not playing with him, you know, like if somebody's prepared to abuse you for saying, "No, I'm having Sunday dinner with my kids," and you've got 30 odd subscribers, what do you think happens when you've got 500,000 subscribers? You know, like you can't do it, you know, like if you set yourself up to try and please everybody, you end up getting nobody happy. It's absolutely not my place, you know, like I play with people I know. I play with people that I enjoy playing with. I play with other creators that I've met along the way. And just like anybody that plays DayZ, you play with your mates or you play on your own. If somebody taps you on the shoulder when you're walking down the street and says, "Hi, will you be my best friend? Will you be my friend?" and you've never met them before in your life, what are you going to do? You're not going to go, "All right, yeah, let's go for a drink right now. Yeah, let's do it." You know, like, that's not the way things are they? You've got friends. If you want to go for a drink, you'll probably go out with a mate. But that, again, I don't think being a streamer makes me special, but trying to team up with subscribers is a really impossible road to go down. This Barbie pink will get you killed. Well, I'm not going to be wearing it for long. It's just a few more slots than the jacket I had before. I didn't actually know he was born in Hampshire, Razzmatazz. I didn't know Richard Dawson was from the UK, to be honest. I didn't know anything about him. I've never seen any of the game shows and stuff that he will have hosted because they would all been in America land, you know. Like, I've never seen any of the things he hosted. I know he was a game show host. But in the UK, we had, like, for, say, The Price is Right, we had somebody else. I don't know if he did The Price is Right, but he did stuff like that. But we'll have had our own hosts for our equivalent, you know, so he would never have been on the telly over here. Have you ever played with Jack Frags or any of the bigger UK streamers before? I've never played with Jack Frags. I don't think he's really played DayZ. I think he played once with Sacriel years ago, since I've been playing DayZ, but I don't think he really plays DayZ very much. But I've played with... I've played with Smoke on Tarkov and DayZ, obviously, and I think Smoke is a huge streamer, certainly for DayZ. He's the biggest, I think, on Twitch.
It's been a while. Good to see you, buddy.
I played with Sacriel a couple of times over the years. I played with Sacriel on Tarkov and on DayZ. But me personally, when if I ask somebody for a team up, I normally ask people that are... Well, I've always asked people...
turn your back on family TRMZ cool.
...that are my size or smaller. I don't message the really, really big streamers because I just don't really want to. Ken Horror, I'm laughing at something completely unrelated, dude. Thank you for the 38 months. I'd just like to say at this point that I share no feelings of Ken's towards people from Alabama, by the way. Ethan, thank you for the membership. Cheers for the support as well. Ken, thank you as well. Ashton, thank you very much. That joke might work for people in Norfolk if you're from Suffolk, or people in Suffolk if you're from Norfolk, I guess. Cheers for the support, Ken. Ashton, thank you very, very much as well. Hope you're good. Hope all is well. Face It, thank you for the membership. Sharky, thank you as well. Ashton, thank you very much too.
Obligatory 22-month subinning ! Tim's love you bye.
Tim's love you bye. Thank you very much. Hey, Alexi, thank you. Tim's love you bye. What did you say, boy? Cheers, Alexi, thank you. Right, I'm going to get up here. We're going to get ourselves a little drink, and then we're going to get cracking. How long did it take for you to start playing with other well-known YouTubers? Simon, it was really when I started Twitch streaming. So, well, I played when I started watching DayZ videos, the first person I subscribed to was Frankie on PC, and the second person I subscribed to was Super FT LOL, and he would have had 2,500 subscribers. So I found him second. He wasn't one of the biggest, but I just found his videos and I really liked them. So when I had 1,500 subscribers on YouTube and he had about 2,008, something like that, I messaged him and teamed up with him, and he was playing with Barely Infected, so I teamed up with him too. This is a long time ago, but maybe early 2015, late 2014 perhaps. But when I started streaming on Twitch, there's just more of a culture of teaming up on Twitch. So when I started streaming on Twitch, I grew fairly quickly, and so I was able to play with other people that were kind of my size. So I was playing with people like, in 2015, I was playing with people like Minder, Wobo, Septic Falcon, Snafty occasionally, and a few others. And we were all, like, Minder was partnered, and I wouldn't have been partnered, but I was getting similar viewer numbers fairly quickly, and then got partnered 2 months after I'd started streaming, kind of thing, you know. So, but yeah, I was playing with similar kind of size channels as mine fairly quickly. I saw that, Bruticus. Yeah, the podcast was featured, the Pixel Fabula podcast. That was cool. I think I shared it on Insta. That's where I saw that. Did you and Sal play together early on? I think Sal would have been about, well, in 2014. How old would Sal have been? 12? 13? He would have been too young, you know. Like I played with Sour from around Lights Out 1 time, but Sour's channel is obviously a bit newer than that period, because Sour's a young dude. Sour's a lovely guy, by the way, and what an opportunity for someone so young to be that good and that have grown that channel and then only be like 22 or whatever he is, you know, 22, 23. Mud P Waddle, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you for the 15 months. Alexi, thank you again.
If you could add one new feature or game mechanic to DayZ, what would it be?
Aside from all of the obvious ones, like fixing the spawn system and getting rid of all cheaters ever and making the zombies work right, or DayZ 2, the one that I always say, I have the same answer, but I'd really love them to make some more use of the ocean on Chernarus. I think it would be cool. I'd like them to take Riffy Boat, move it away from Berezino and put it further away out on some broken rocks, and you need to use a boat to get there. I'd like them to ungas Pavlova military base and then put something else out at the sea where the gas zones are. I'd like them to add some kind of oil rig or broken down battleship or something else. And I'd like them to add another island past Scalisti like there was always meant to be. There was meant to be an island called Oots out there. I'd love to see that as well. So that I think is the main... Like, for me, one of the things that really make the game more interesting is map changes, right? And Chernarus is a really established map that's kind of done. But there's an ocean all the way around the east and the south side of it, and there's a lot of opportunity there that's missed, you know. It would be cool to see it be more used, especially now there's boats. Give me 1 sec, guys. Just got a phone call. Sorry, I'm back. It's my dentist reminding me I've got an appointment tomorrow. That's exciting. It's only a checkup. Wasn't Frankie faking all his videos as real? Drill bit. I really enjoyed Frankie's videos, and a lot of the early ones felt really nice and organic. A lot of the later ones were made for entertainment purposes and were clearly scripted. That's just the petrol station being blown up. I have no idea how it was in the middle ground, but as far as I'm concerned, like the ones I've seen, you could tell they were scripted when they were scripted, right? I don't think that's really the case, but I believe there was some drama at the time, but thankfully all of that was when I wasn't around, and I don't really have any care about that, you know. His the videos he's made more lately on DayZ, when I say lately, I mean in the since Standalone came out, so 10 years or so, 11 years. The amount of effort that goes into those, and the amount of like money that he's paid for stuff, you know, like there's a lot of work goes into them. Put it that way. It's a lot harder to make a Frankie on PC video than it is one of mine. Whoopi, thank you for the 51 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. And Jay Boogie, thank you for the super chat. You missed Baby Nades. Baby Nades was a good dude. I'm sure Baby Nades is a good dude, but I don't think he does any content anymore, does he? What is that? Oh, it's a stick. There's me getting my hopes up. I thought it was a gun. Fucking stick. Well, that means that was been exchanged by someone. Is this the same lighting mod as Valning? I've no idea, dude. It does look very crisp and different, doesn't it? But I've no idea if it doesn't look the same as Valning at the moment, but I don't know. It looks different, doesn't it? I think it's hard to say if it's the lighting or otherwise, because this is obviously Autumn Chernarus, so the colour palette's all completely different anyway, you know. The thing I really liked about Baby Nades, I didn't watch hundreds of his videos, but I really respected the fact that if he had a video, I remember he had a video called something like building a huge island base or something like that. But what I liked about Baby Nades is that the video would show him making the base from scratch, doing it himself, building it up, maybe meeting some people in the server and then doing it organically, you know, like that. That was something that's quite rare and more really pure. I really liked it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with any video that's more like, I don't know, my friends built this base and then I showed up and recorded the content. Now, I know I'm saying that in a demeaning way, but I don't mean it really. There's nothing wrong with a creator making a video with a huge base where they've not showing you the whole building and probably had a lot of help to do it, because it's all in the game and it's all fine. No problem with it. But as a viewer personally, I'd much rather see somebody organically building it and the work that goes into it and the adventures that were had along the way, than then see how we defended our massive underground base against attackers or whatever else. The actual organic experience of building the base would be more my kind of thing. He does videos on flea market flips, does he? I didn't know that. My ex is really good at that. She's really, really good at spotting things that are worth money. Like, she's bought countless things over the years for like £3 or £5 and then sold them for 100 or 50 or whatever. She's really, really good at that. I've changed server switch. I did die, but I died to a cheater, so I've switched servers. Unfortunately, official didn't last very long. Psychedelic Zero have brought out a server with some quests on it, so there's a Valning server with extra quests on it, and I think Happy Bombs liked it a lot. It used to be hosted by on Zero a few times, so he's added some Zero type quests to it, keycards and the like. What's the name of the channel that's doing flea market flips then that Baby Nades is doing? I presume it's not Baby Nades then. He started a new channel, is he, or what? Does Zero have a UK EU mirror equivalent? Zero is EU. Zero's based in the UK, Portly. They don't have an American equivalent. Add Taz or add 7as, whichever it is. Thank you very much for the support, dude. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you for coming in. DigiPaul, thank you for the 53 months. Connor, thank you for the follow on YouTube. Whoopi, thank you for the 51. Carrying the sticks in the hope of making a fire, but we're going to struggle a bit. Much like on the last life, I ain't seen no fucking knife. Yeah, if you're Eastern or Central America, Bean, I'd suspect you'd be fine playing on Zero. I tend to play on... I've played on quite a lot of America land servers that are Eastern and Middle, and the ping's fine, you know, it's doable. Just finished my run for the day. Chernarus found a briefcase, ran halfway across the map for a key. Underwhelming loot inside. Confusion. Well, I can tell you what you need to do with that. It's very similar to Sakal, Camaccio. That's why. If you think about Sakal, right, you find the briefcase. What you get in it is the ability to do the bunker, right? The thing that's the valuable thing in the briefcase on Sakal is the glow plug, because it's the only way to get into the bunker where you can get SVDs and SV98s and mags and AKMs and drum mags and all sorts, right? So it's a similar kind of thing. Do I recommend vanilla or modded servers? I think both are great. I like lightly modded or vanilla. Unfortunately, if you're on true vanilla official, there are potentially a few challenges with cheaters. It's not... You could have weeks and weeks and months of never bumping into a cheater, but there are more cheaters. In the last 4 or 5 times I've played official, I've died twice to cheats, once today. Flippity flip. Flippity flip. It sounds like it needs some kind of Disney flippity floppity flu type song. It's not a bad name actually. It needs a... What's that one where they put them together and what have you got? Whatever that one's from. It needs that. Any tips for learning to navigate on Chernarus? You need to learn loot routes, not the map. Right. Learn your way to the airfield from all of the spawn points, and then you're kind of learning an awful lot of the map. It's autumn, Maggie. Bippity boppity boo. What is it? It's not Snow White, is it? What one is that from? It's the one with the... I can't even remember which one it's for. Cinderella, that's it, yeah. There's a very similar type scene in Sword in the Stone, but not with the same music, where he's singing, like Merlin is singing a song, and he gets everything so it starts scrubbing. And like all the plates are getting cleaned, so Wart's free to come and become a squirrel and whatnot. And I always confuse the two, because Sword in the Stone was my favourite Disney cartoon when I was a kid. I loved it. Sword in the Stone was my absolute favourite. I'm sure there's many a good one, but I just loved the section where he gets to be an animal, you know. So the lead boy who becomes King Arthur, he gets turned into a squirrel, he gets turned into a fish, and then he gets turned into a bird and has like adventures, and he turns into a fish and he's in the moat, and then a pike starts chasing him and stuff. He turns into a squirrel, and then this lady squirrel fancies him and starts following him around, and then he's heartbroken when he turns back into a boy. I loved that little bit. It's like real good fantasy when you're a kid, like being a bird or being a whatever, you know. Like, I loved it. Yeah, Bedknobs and Broomsticks was good as well. I liked that when I was a kid. Lion King and Cool Runnings for me. Well, I was a bit old for them to be my favourite when I was a kid. Even though I am 38, I was very mature. That's what I do like Lion King though. Lion King's good. Nothing wrong with Cool Runnings. John Candy's a legend, right? Paul, would you ever move to a different country? Probably not. No, I've got kids, right? They'll be older one day, and then it'll be more of a possibility. But I don't like. My mum lives not far from me. She lives on her own, and I'm the only immediate family that's really close by. I wouldn't be averse to moving further away in the UK if there was a reason, but I don't really want to move to another country right now, you know. But not really mainly because of my mum, but like my family in general. My kids are here, you know. But who knows? You never know what's down the line. Mows in rounds. Nice. Now we are talking. Craft rags. TRMZ watched Snow White in the cinemas on release day. Fuck you, Fappy! Holy shit, it's a sprite. Hey, what you want? Oh, wow. CR527 with a scope. Lovely. Right, can I have just one more rag, please? That was a bit delayed. Garrett, yeah, I see what you've got the lovely and the little love. Well done, you. Anyone got any Veras? If you did move countries, would you still be sponsored by species specialists, or would that no longer work? I've no idea, English gent. I don't know. I'm not looking to move away, so I suspect, I hope I can continue working with PC specialists, because I don't have many sponsors. I've only ever had one Twitch sponsor, and it's them. And I struggle to get sponsors because I don't really want a sponsor unless I really know the company and it works. So I hope I can keep them as a sponsor for a long time. If it keeps working for them, it's certainly good for me. But I don't know. Like, it doesn't matter where like if I lived in America, for example, not that I'm going to move, but if I did, I'd still be streaming about the same time. I could still be just as feasible as a sponsorship opportunity, I would guess, you know, but I don't know. It's not even something I've thought about. I like how you keep stating when I was a kid. Well, Jay, it's very true that when I was a kid, that Sword in the Stone was my favourite. I haven't watched it as an adult. I'm sure you are friendly. I just need to get the rags. Oh, nice. I want to loot this before that dude does, because occasionally there's a blaze in here or some 308 or similar. You get hunting loot in these rooms, especially the end two.
Yo, bro, have you looted all this?
Yeah, I didn't find a great deal though, but I did loot it. Yeah. I don't know if you heard me or not, but I'm just running away now. Alright, once my stamina's gone, I'll open the food. I'll make the bag in a minute. Just trying to maximise my running away potential by not wasting the can opening while I'm not needing to regen stamina. Yeah, I don't think many community servers run the the spawn system like official. I don't know of many that do, but none of the ones I play do. Your music knowledge is great for a 38-year-old. Yeah, I used to quite enjoy music that was before my time, you know, what can I say? Did you lose your cookery? Seems I did, yeah. I didn't mean to lose my cookery. I should have. I must have swapped it for the knife. Oh well. It's not the end of the world. As long as I can chop this up, it'll do for now. Yeah, I must have swapped it for something, but I'm not going back to get it. That other dude will end up with it, and fair play to him. Craft the rope. That's a nice bag. I ought to charge you for that bag. Yeah. I should charge you for that bag. I'm an actual idiot. Well, hopefully you're not, Jay, but if you are, self-awareness is actually a wonderful thing, you know, because you can make changes. So that's good. It's better to be thinking you're an idiot and actually not be than think you're really smart and actually be an idiot, right? So look at it that way. When you picked up the nurse's... yeah, I know. I've switched it out for something at some point, but it's all good. It's not the end of the world. We've got another shitty knife, but the shitty knife will suffice until I get another knife, which shouldn't be too hard. Did these servers wipe? I'm sure they'll have wiped when they switched to autumn. Yeah, I'd be surprised if they didn't. I see, you'd been paused for 7 minutes, Jay. I get it. Because it's autumn, we are going to be light blue more. Probably it explains maybe they'd made some tweaks, maybe, you know. Or maybe it was a bug, I don't know. But I was light blue. Last run I had when I played with Cobra the other day. I was light blue the whole time, and I don't know if it was it could have been a bug, but I do wonder if maybe they'd been changing the server settings in advance of this, perhaps. I don't know. I have hundreds of hours, but I've never crafted a backpack once. Dude, you should definitely be making the ball bag. Okay. I need to go and make another cup of tea. Will the Vanning run be a video? I don't know. I think yesterday might make part of the video. I don't know though. Like if I play Vowling tomorrow and can get some more footage, then I feel like there might be a best of Vowling video. Yesterday at the bridge was really fun, but I don't really want to make a video solely about it, you know, like it was an awful lot of gearing and travelling and not much until I shot a load of people running over a bridge. So on its own as a video, it feels a little bit like it's lacking, but as part of something with extra footage tomorrow, maybe it could be a good video, yeah. File transfer, I think calling it autumn is fine. Whether you call it late autumn, early winter, it's clearly not regular Chernarus, right? But I think regular Chernarus is kind of autumn, but all of the leaves are still on the trees. Like, it's not late autumn now, but most of the leaves are falling off, right? So who cares? I think it might be on the launcher called late autumn, early winter, but you are a curmudgeon, yes. Is it a ball or a ball bag? It's a ball bag. Ball bag. It's not called that, but I call it a ball bag, obviously. It's a leather backpack once you've made it, but I call it a ball bag because it sounds like ball bag. Would I ever play on PlayStation or Xbox again? I don't think so. No, I don't want to use. I know you can use mouse and keyboard, but I don't want to use a controller. I'm just completely using a controller feels like I don't know, like trying to play with my feet or something. I don't think there's any reason for me to play DayZ on console. I understand that if I made DayZ videos on console, it might be good for the console audience, but I don't think it makes... Like, if I'm playing vanilla DayZ, it's vanilla DayZ. I think that's fine, you know. Like, I'm not playing vanilla DayZ right now. I was earlier, but the cheater got in the way. I've just no real incentive to do it, you know. I switched from console to PC for DayZ, so... Switching back now seems not really to make a whole lot of sense to me. I think I'll keep that. It's only one slot. I'll just keep that one. Really is bright, isn't it? I feel the same about keyboard and mouse. J-Rock, yeah, I completely understand. Well, I did in 2014. But as with anything, you soon adjust to what you get used to, and then you don't want to adjust. Change is hard, but once you've become accustomed to it, changing back is equally as hard, you know. Dirt Marker, she got on fine. I've talked about it a bit, so I'm going to keep it brief. But she had 4 teeth out. It was an absolute... I don't know, soldier. I don't know what the right term is, but she was a champ. Yeah, she did it fine. She had 4 teeth out, 2 on the bottom, 2 on the top, with numbing injections only. So she was fully awake while it was all going on, and she was fine. Very nervous ahead of it though. She was like real pale and clearly very, very anxious about it. So yeah, trooper is a good word. Yeah, she was a trooper.
Hello, is anyone here?
Hello?
Sif95,
Is that Morgan?
This is my password.
Are you friendly?
Are you Morgan?
Yeah, I'm Morgan.
You don't sound like Morgan.
I am him.
What's your surname?
I don't know.
I don't think you're Morgan. The real
I'm
Morgan. The Morgan would real Morgan would definitely know his surname. Dude, there's the best loot in the game here. There's 2 alarm clocks there. You should get those 2 alarm clocks.
Can you give me some loot? Can I get some loot from the body?
Yeah, if you want.
Or do you want it?
Well, you can have the bag. Have the bag if you want. He didn't have a lot else. That thing on his head might keep you a bit warmer as well.
Yeah.
Right, I've got to go. I've got to look for the real Morgan. Good luck.
Yeah, you too.
Love you, bye. Brian, yeah, she's doing fine. Literally 5 minutes ago, just before you arrived, well, not even that, 2 minutes ago, I've just gone over it, but she's done great, yeah, had the teeth out. She's all good. I don't know what Morgan's surname is, by the way. If he'd asked me, I was going to say it was Morgan. His name is Mr. Morgan to you, sir. But he didn't. I was expecting him to say Freeman, but he didn't say Freeman, did he? I feel like if Morgan is morning in German, right? I feel like if you were in Germany and you were like a stiff upper-nosed Brit trying to get along with other Germans, you might say Morgan? Because I've definitely heard kind of fairly like OKR types going morning, morning to people. Morning, morning, lovely morning, morning, morning. Yeah, so maybe that. Yeah, that's the Morgan. Do 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 do. You sound like Bane. I wouldn't know about that. Paul, I kind of understand what you mean, but you would never know the difficulties of console in DayZ. Why do I need to know the difficulties of console in DayZ? I'm not like a DayZ. I don't work for DayZ or anything, you know. Like I stream my adventures of the game, playing it how I find it fun. I can relate to the issues. I know damn well that there are issues around duping and like alt accounts and things like that, but you can gain an awful lot of that kind of feedback from the community. You don't need to play it to know it, you know. I know that it's harder to communicate on console, and there's multiple reasons why, but again, I don't need to experience it to know that. Wee Rabby, thanks for coming in. Cheers for the follow as well, dude. Morgen is tomorrow, is it? Well, I always thought Guten Morgen meant good morning. I play on console, people think it's hard to communicate. Well, if you're playing in a group on, I forget which one, but on one of the consoles, my understanding is if you're playing with a teammate, you're using comms outside of the game and you're locked into that, so you're much less likely to talk in the game. People are using external comms so that they won't talk in the game, they just talk to their buddy. I also believe pretty much everyone says that the chances of an interaction with a stranger are less on console than on PC. That's a generally held view, yes. So Morgan is one of those words that changes depending what comes in front of it, as it were. Am I ready for the picks? Not quite yet,
Red
Red
help
Knight.
over there, pal?
I'm good, dude. I got it sussed. Not quite. Can we wait till after the tents? Because that way I'm not going to be looting for a little minute after that. That would be good. Hello again.
Hello.
Don't take my bag.
What are you doing? A campfire?
No, I'm making that bag on the ground bigger.
Ah, I see.
I'm crafting a fur bag. There's a guy there, look. Behind you.
You
What?
guys want to go to the shots?
Yes.
Follow me, man.
Yeah, I'm coming. You go. I'm on the way. That's not Morgan. Schmacken, thank you for the 21 months. Cheers for the support. This is my password, but I won't tell you for what. Well, good to know. I can't quite make that out. I don't speak password. very different. The sky. It looks like like Altered Beast or something. Some old game back in the day. The sky here, that there. The colours and everything. It's very different. Oh, that's bright. No convoy. You can't resub on Prime with Safari, Zailful. Oh no, you should be able to with Safari. Actually, I apologise. If you're using Safari and not the app, if you're logged in correctly, you should be able to use it. However, occasionally, your Prime sub, it stops being valid wherever you'd used it, and it's not available to renew straight away. Sometimes there's a slight lag between the two. You know, like you might lose your badge in the channel you regularly watch and then not be able to use it again for a few hours for some reason. It sometimes does that. How are we feeling about Badlands, Paul? Too soon for another map release when the last release is practically dead? I don't agree about it being too soon. I think it's a very loaded question, Drew, but if you release something and it's not successful, it doesn't mean you shouldn't release another thing. You know, that would be like a film director having one film that doesn't do as well as their others and then going, I know what, I better retire now rather than making another film, you know, or your favourite band releasing an album that nobody likes and then going, oh, we've had our day now, that's it, we better quit. You know, that's not how the world works, is it? I don't see why it's too soon. Sakal came out last year, Badlands is coming out next year. That's 2 years apart, you know. There's, like, in the course of 2 years, like, from, say, October to October, some games have had 3 versions out, you know. Call of Duty comes out in October, next October there's another one, 2nd October, or 3rd October after that, but 2 years, that's 3 Call of Duties, right? So, I think in the time that Call of Duty comes out 3 times, the devs can release 2 DLCs for a game that's more than 10 years old. Sakala's got some plus points. I don't think it's completely dead. If you go on official, there's usually one full server on first person. Is that great? No, but it's still, if you enjoy the map, you can have fun on it. I still play on it occasionally. Still talk about Formula 1, Gabriel, but normally when there's just been a race, you know, same as anything. I talk about whiskey all the time, but it's not so much fun talking about whiskey when you haven't had a drink for 3 months, you know. I've got not much to say. I'm just like a distant memory of the flavour. Are you going to try out Arc Raiders when it comes out on the 30th? Nope. I'm sure it's great, but it's just it's got over-the-shoulder shooting, and it's not a survival game. You know, I'm not really. It's not my. I think it's not really for me.
Paul. TRMZ cart, TRMZ left, TRMZ cart, TRMZ left.
Optimus, thank you very much for the support. One Button, thank you very much too. Schmagan, Welsh Kevin, thank you as well. Average Disappointment, thank you very much too. Connor Ford, thank you for the follow on YouTube. Cheers for that, dude. Thank you very much. Also, Angus BL or Angus, let's go with that. Thank you for the follow on YouTube too. You can make changes to Sakar, what would it be? It needs more in the end game. To me personally, the biggest issue is that you don't know what to do when you're geared. The peninsula's too big, it's too sparse. Once you've been to the peninsula and done the bunker, what is there left? You know, what are you meant to do? You know, there's not actually that much to do as a geared person. You know, if you're geared on, partly due to the size of the map, but you get to the peninsula, you do the bunker, then what? You know, like, it needs more on the peninsula, it needs more on the islands, it maybe needs a gas zone on one of the big islands, an airfield on one of the big islands, more reason to use boats beyond the containers. The containers need to be a bit better than they are, you know, like 2 different colours and it only lasts 5 keys. It's a little bit narrow, and then you go to 5 containers, your key runs out, and you found a load of bisons, you know, like, there's elements of that ain't great. I think they have made some really big and good changes to Sakal, and it's way better now than it was, but there'd be a few things I'd do. I think I'd still like to see a little bit more in the mainland as well. I think Sakal, for the first 3 to 5 hours of a life, is fun. The start is fun, the challenge is fun, the survival and the looting is fun. But once you've got to Harabis Airfield or whatever it's called, and then the peninsula, you've basically gone down a cul-de-sac. You know, the end game route is a cul-de-sac. You get to the end game route, and then you're in a cul-de-sac. You get some gear, and then you basically turn around and go back to where all the new spawns and mid-tier players are. You know, there's no progression thereafter. You know, the nature of the map gives you a very narrow choice of what to do. I still think Sakal it does some things really, really well. The ambience and the sounds and the fact that it's very different to the maps that we have right now are really positive. It's just not perfect to me, you know. The reality is, though, I can't make a map, you know. And if I sat down from scratch and tried to make a map and I could put as much time in as I thought, I couldn't make a map as good as Sakal. I haven't got that ability. It doesn't mean that as a player of the game you can't play it and work out what's not balanced and what is. You know, there's a difference. It's very much harder to be a creator than a critic, right? It's easy to be a food critic compared to being one of the best chefs on the planet, you know? I mean, what do you do on Chernarus once you geared on Chernarus? Just run around. Well, there's a lot more choices, Lewis. I don't see that as the same, you know? Like, if you get geared on Chernarus, you've got choices of where you go. There's many different places you can go looking for high-tiered PvP if that's what you want to do, you know? You can run back to the coast and try and help a new spawn, but there's a good chance that someone's going to pick on you along the way, you know? Like, the reality of the game is that the game itself has that in it, you know? You're trying to survive and find gear, but once you have gear, the onus is on you to have some imagination of what to do. But the problem with Sakal is that it's very limited. There's very limited imagination, you know? You've just got geared in a cul-de-sac, you know? Like, you can only about turn and go back the other way, which doesn't seem very compelling, you know? Like, you get geared, you get to the bunker, it's a fun trip while it lasts, but once you come out of the bunker, you then just have to go back to where you got the stuff from and where you started. There's nothing else, you know? If you get geared and you finish being geared at Tissy military base, you can go to the airfield, you can do the northern route, you can look for convoys, you can look for helicopter crash sites, you can do a permanent gas zone loot route, you could go from Tissy, you could find NBC, and you could go back and try and get a suppressor for your Mosin, or sorry, suppressor for your AKM or whatever, you know. You could find that last little thing, you know, that you could do all of that effort just to get a suppressor from a gas zone. You could, whatever you want to do, right? But there's a lot of places you can go. You can go to West Evac, you can go to Mishkino Tents, you can go to Zelenogorsk, you can try to do one of the gas zones, you can go to VMC, you can go to the airfield, you can snipe from one of the Sobors, you can go back, you can go along all of the different loot routes on this very big map and adventure around to do what you will, try and be friendly, try and not be friendly, try and hold people up, whatever you like, right? On Sakal, you finish being geared, and then you're stuck on a tunnel, effectively. You're stuck on a corridor where you either stay where you got geared or you go back where you came from. You know, there is no other choice. Unless you want to try and get a boat and go and do the keycard thing. But once you've done that a couple of times, it doesn't really feel worth it. Just Lex, thank you for the 6 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Optimus, thank you for the 18 months. Cheers for the support as well. One Button Gaming, thank you very much for the 11 months. Cheers, dude. I think there are more options on the Namalsk. Like, you can get geared on the Namalsk by going to Tara Island and finding snipers. You can get geared by going down to Candy Cane and surviving down there and getting some really good gear, or you can go to the Athena 1 area around the tech area and the industrial and stuff. There's snipers on the roofs. There's a lot of end game areas. You don't have to go for the equivalent to Sakal being the bunker would maybe like be trying to do Athena 3 on Sakal on Namalsk. You don't have to do that. There's multiple places you can finish as an end game geared player, and then multiple places you can go to that feel like a sideways step, not a backward step. So if you get fully geared on Tara Island, you can go sideways to Athena 2, to Candy Cane, to Hillary, to the industrial, wherever, you know, to Athena 1. there are a lot of sideward steps. It's not the same as Sakal, where you get fully geared on Sakal and then it feels like you basically really need to run back and go to the equivalent of where you spawned in the north, if you like. I did have a run on Azalea. I might have another run on it. Azalea's a lot of fun, yeah. Azalea's good. Zed Lewis, yeah, I saw your other message. They're not going to give an engine rebuild for DayZ, and they're not going to release DayZ 2 while they've still not finished all the work they're doing for Arma 4, you know, like, it's just not going to happen. So DayZ is not a perfect game, but what you're asking for is not going to happen. Badlands is a DLC that's effectively, it's not really a stopgap, but as far as DayZ is, it's keeping the game paid for. It's keeping the devs in their jobs, if you like. It's keeping the money coming in Bohemia to keep developing the game, because Arma 4 isn't finished, and Arma 4 will be the chassis for any future DayZ title, right? So they haven't finished the engine and all of the things that they need to get right to make Arma 4. Once Arma 4 is a finished product, then you'll find likely a year or two down the line that there'll be a new DayZ thereafter, you know. If you take the example of car manufacturers, VW own VW, they own VW, they own Skoda, they own Seat, they own Audi, and all different ones, right? But VW make the VW Golf. They make the chassis for the Golf, right? And once the chassis, the platform is built, Audi make an Audi A3, and Seat make the Seat Leon or whatever it's called, and Skoda make the Skoda Fuckia or whatever it's called, I don't know. But they don't make the chassis in 4 different places at the same time. They make the chassis for the VW, and then the other companies use the chassis, use the platform to make their car. And that's what Bohemia do. Bohemia is Arma is the chassis, and then DayZ will get the next engine when it's ready. Just Lex, thank you again, dude. It's not ready yet because Arma 4 isn't coming out till 2027. As the DayZ devs said, they wouldn't build an engine for DayZ 2. Ian, there won't be a new engine specifically for DayZ 2, if there is one. They've been building a new engine for like a decade, haven't they? You know, they're going to use a new engine. Infusion was made partially while DayZ was in development, and this game uses some of Infusion right now. But DayZ is frozen in time in about 2019 in terms of the engine. They've spent the last 6 years improving it, iterating it, and making it better for Arma 4 and Arma Reforger. So if there is a DayZ 2, it will use the engine that's much more progressed than the one it's using now. At this rate, we'll be dead before DayZ 2 comes out. Not me, I'm only 38. Why have I not already loaded the blaze? I had 2 bullets. And there was 1 in it. I think I might hide that. Not because I'm worried about other people having it, but because I might want it, because I have a habit of dying. Would prefer if they'd stuck with one map though and have it running smoothly. Crick, just development doesn't work like that, you know. Like the map designer that made Sakal and the map designers that are making Badlands, they can't fix the problems with the engine. They can't fix the bugs that you think are the problem, you know. Like if you've got if you've got map designers working at Bohemia, you can't just go, all right, you're all going on holiday and you can come back in 4 years when we've fixed the game. You can't just lose the people that are capable of doing the map design. You have to employ those people, right? Like Sumrak, who is the project lead of DayZ, he's a map designer. You know, he made Namalsk. He will have done an awful lot of the work on Sakal, but They can't just go to some rack, all right, that thing that you're specialist in, that thing you can do, don't do any of that. Just sit around and do nothing while we try and fix other things. You know, that's not how game development works. How cold is Winter Chernarus? This isn't Winter Chernarus. Winter Chernarus can be as cold as Namalsk or Sakal. It's really down to the server owner. They have been fixing Sakal though, Nameless. They have been making changes to Sakal since it came out. It's changed a lot. Still not perfect, I agree, but fixing Sakal is... I've just talked about what I thought was wrong with it, but it's still a decent map. I'd still rather play it than Livonia today. Strungy, this is late autumn Chernarus. So it's just modded Chernarus to be a bit colder and a bit different looks-wise. The reality is this, though. Like, everyone's saying, oh, it's dead. It costs money, right? The reality is, it costs money. It came out, and it was something you had to pay for. So, it's not perfect. I've already said all what I think about it and how it maybe could be a bit better. The reality is, there's more than 8 million people bought DayZ on PC. Substantially more. I don't know the exact number. But if 8 or 9 million people have got DayZ, but only 500,000 people have got Sakal, these are just made up numbers, by the way, but the point is the point. At any one time, only a portion of the player base could possibly play Sakal, even if they wanted, you know. And not everybody's bought it. A lot of people felt it was too much money, that they have their opinion, they may well be right, you know, their choice. They can't be wrong on their own opinion, that's theirs, right? But at any one time, it might be that, let's say there's 50,000 people playing the game right now, there might only be 8,000 of those that actually own Sakal, right? And of course they're not all playing it, but they haven't. That stands to reason, you know. It's obviously going to have substantially less players than maps like Chernarus that everyone can play for free. Well, if you already own the game or you've got an Xbox with the relevant subscription. How would you improve Livonia? There's a video on my channel about that, Flob King. It's about 15 minutes long. It was made before they made a few changes with the bunker and stuff, but it's on my channel. They're never going to touch Livonia now, though. It's never going to get changed. I think more than 8 million people have bought DayZ on PC. I think it's more than that, but I've no idea how many. Trying to decide whether I want to go to Prison Island or not. I think it's probably worth it. Do you see Sakal going free like Livonia did in the distant future? It might do, but honestly, I think by the time Sakal's free, DayZ might not be the game you're playing. It might be DayZ 2. That's a guess, obviously, but I don't see Sakal going free next year. If it's going to go free, I think it'll be much further away than that. Yeah, Bond, I'm not exactly enjoying Namalsk at the moment. It feels broken. The how long it takes to get the plus symbol. And I know it's subjective. Some people really love it, and they can absolutely make use of heat packs and the like. But to me, it feels broken. Like you have to wait as long as Sakal to get a plus symbol at a fire, but it lasts way less time than Sakal, so you just feel like you're always at a fire. It's ridiculous. This is very good news. The plus symbol lasts... It's just broken. You're at the fire as long, if not longer, than the plus symbol lasts. Holy shit. There's an SVD there. Oh my god. With a mag and a scope. Oh, there was two. Fuck. Oh, that sucks. There was two. I wish I'd fired, but I could see him running. There was obviously a second one. That absolutely sucks. That sucks so bad. Actually, I'm not going to play yet. I'm going to go and put the kettle on. Oh my god, that sucks. What a start. We've been 2 hours in. I've died to a cheat before, not now. And then that, just the absolute fucking excitement of finding an SVD and an SV98, and then that sucks. It is what it is, but I wish they'd killed me just before I got to the convoy. Because then I hadn't lost all the opportunities, you know. Never mind. Right, I'm going to go and make a cup of tea, then I'll be back.
TRMZ left.
Dude, thank you for the bits. It's almost like you knew I was going AFK, isn't it? Cheers for the support, Primal, dude. Thank you. Ian, thank you for the gifted sub. Ian Murray, thank you very much for the gifted membership. Sorry, Justin, Chopper Down, thank you for the resubs. Yeah, I'm ready now, Redline. Yeah, do the American foosball picks. Tonight's game, 49ers at the Rams. 49ers seem a little bit dicey at the moment. I don't know why. I don't seem to trust them as much as once I did. Last year and the year before, they seemed very, very trustworthy. I'm going to go for the Rams. I have no idea what, like you're saying, they're very banged up. I have no idea who's injured and who's not. I don't know. But I'm going for the Rams. The Rams are going to win that. Where is this? Oh, fucking Solnichi. London game, Vikings at the Browns.
TRMZ love.
Well, the Vikings let me down badly last week, but the Browns aren't a great deal. I'm not doing Solnichi, it's just dull. I'm not doing Solnichi. Do you know what? I kind of feel like I should just do what's... I'm going to just do the spawn I'm given, fuck it. I'm going to go for the Vikings, but it's against my better judgment. Lelouch, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you for the 4 months.
Fix up. Look sharp.
Fix up. Look sharp. Thank you very much, Macy. Cheers for the 31 months. Thank you. Dolphins at Panthers. The Dolphins fucked me up last week. I went against them and then they won. Panthers. I went for the Panthers last week. I'm sure I did, and they lost. I remember going, Rawr, and they lost. So I'm going to go for the Dolphins this time. I'm gonna flip reverse it. Have I got a working title? Nope. Raiders at the Colts. Colts. I think there's going to be a stampede. Giants at Saints. Well, I picked the Giants last week and they won against all odds. The Giants are clearly a little bit better this season than last, but they lost their wide load guy. You know, they lost one of their best players. I'm sure they lost their best wide guy last week, which is a big shame. So I'm going to go with the Saints. The Saints at home will come back. This is really weird lighting in here, isn't it? I guess it's getting dark. They lost their wide load guy. The guy that catches all the balls on the wide side. The wide load guy. Texans at the Ravens. Texans. Why not? Yeehaw! The Cowboys are going to win it. Texans, Cowboys. That's definitely a name. Broncos at Eagles. Ooh. Oof. The Eagles. The Eagles. They're the best team. They're even better than the Swifts. Broncos will win that game for no good reason. Shows what you know, coach. You know nothing. Is the NFL becoming more popular now? No. Judderman, thank you for the 71 months. Thank you very, very much, dude. Thank you. Cowboys at the Jets. Oh, God, the Jets. I think the Jets have lost 4 out of 4 so far, haven't they? The Cowboys are, again, a little bit like the Giants. They were really, really awful last year, and they can't possibly be as awful this year. And the Jets are doing shockingly bad. But I'm going to go for the Jets. I think those shiny green helmets will pull through at last. Finally finally they're going to get over the sad loss of Achilles himself, and things are going to come good for the Jets this week. Titans at Cardinals. I really don't like the Titans nickname, so I'm going to have to go for the Cardinals. I don't know why, I just don't like it. Bucks at Seahawks. Last week I went against the Seahawks and they won. I'm sure they won, and I normally pick them, but I also quite often pick the Bucks. They seem to do well for me. But I'm going to have to go back to Seahawks because I've left them a couple of times, and both times I picked against them, they won, I think. Cheers, gentlemen, dude. Thank you for the very long resub. Lions at Bengals. Well, they're both on the prowl, aren't they? They say in a fight between a lion and a tiger, the tigers will win. But I've seen Tony the Tiger, and he's a fucking pussy. So, Lions. Lions win. We're lucky he might knock me out. I've got a bottle. Lucky bastard. Lions versus Bengals. Oh, we need a lock. Have we done all the games? We haven't done all the games yet, have we? Who are the Bills playing? Commanders at Chargers. What are the Chargers this season? I don't think they're doing very well, but I could be wrong. What are the Chargers this season? How many have they got? I need to know. I need the stats. They've won 3 and they've lost 1. In that case, I'll go for the Commanders. Commanders. First place in AFC West. Not after the weekend, they're not. Sunday night football. The Pats at the Bills. And here's the lock of the week. Clearly, the Bills will win that game. Absolutely piss it. My lock is going to be the Lions against Tony the Tiger, by the way. I'll have the Lions as my lock of the week. And the Bills are clearly going to win, but they'll be like fucking, I don't know, 1.08 or something. The Swifts against the Jags. Oh, the Jags keep winning, and I don't expect them to. The Jags keep winning. They won't beat the Swifts, though, will they? Like, I don't know. I do feel a little bit like Travis Kelce carrying on is not necessarily a good idea. Like, he's clearly over the top. He's clearly got other things on his mind. He's planning the wedding. Like, he's planning for retirement. He's only carried on for another season because he didn't catch a ball in the Super Bowl last year. You know, he's carrying on for another go, but his heart's not really in it. I don't think it's the right choice. I think the Swifts will win anyway. The Swifts will win anyway, let's face it. They're bound to beat the Jags. They're fucking useless. Excellent. Done and done. Very good. The Steelers have got a bye week, have they? It'd be good. It'd be good if Achilles made it to. I should stop calling him Achilles, by the way. But it'd be good if it made him. If he got to the playoffs. By the way, I know he says some shit that's kind of stupid, but he's one of the few quarterbacks I actually know the name of. That's it. That's all. I don't know much about what he says. Swifts equals cringe, not a chance, bud. All right, we'll see. I like how you're saying you think there's not a chance they'll beat the Jags, but they've literally been at the Super Bowl like God knows how many times back to back, won it several times. They've got Mahoney. On the subject of Mahoney, like I saw a video of Mahoney, Steve Guttenberg. I don't know why his Instagram reel just popped up on my recommended, and he was making a video somewhere in Piccadilly. I recognised the fountain; it was from Piccadilly. He made a video of him just standing in. I know he's not really famous now, and there's that clip from the fires, and he was being interviewed, and the news reporter interviewing him didn't know who he was, which is staggering to me. But anyway, just wandering around London to places where I've been many a time, just sort of talking, like not a single person had a fucking clue who he was. I guess that's in his day, he was really famous in like, I know, 3 Men and a Baby Police Academy days and whatnot, you know, and some others. But he can just walk around now, no one has a fucking clue. Not a chance wasn't in reference to the Chiefs game. All right. I don't know what it was in reference to there. It's very hard to get a timing when someone types. I don't know when you were typing, what you were talking about. But anyway, all good. By the way, I'm not that I would advise gambling on any of my picks, because gambling is the devil. But I'm showing a profit for the season. I believed I showed a profit for the entire last season, so you might pick holes in my picks. I made some stunning picks last week alone, you know. I was one of the few tipsters in pro NFL tipping to pick the Giants last week, and they won. I picked some crazy picks last week. What can I say? And you'd be surprised what comes up if you just pick teams at random. I've only picked 2 upsets this week. Yeah. Tackleberry gets all the fans. My whiskey arrived. I got Bonahaben 18-year-old. And now I'm fighting with them on Amazon to get money back. You got the wrong one. So Amazon sent you the wrong one, did they? That sucks. I don't know what that one is, M-O-I-N-E. I've not heard of that, or I've not seen it. But if it's not the same price as the regular 18, then yeah, you definitely. If it's worth more, then it might be worth keeping it. But if it's not, then definitely not, is it? Paul, it's literally 50-50. Danish, that doesn't work, right? It's 50-50 over a whole season. And like even the pro tipsters don't necessarily make money, and they're meant to actually know about the sport. You're 43-20 on picks this year. I don't know what I am, Tech God, but probably better than that. Hi Tekuo, hope you're good. Thank you for coming in. Mr. Happy, Armoured Fellow. No, not Armoured Fellow, Armadillo. Armoured Fellow. I've said your name before many a time, but I still read it wrong this time. Anyway, Armoured Fellow, thank you. Mr. Happy, thank you as well. And the outcome of a result between two teams is not necessarily 50%, by the way. There was a draw the other day, so that takes a factor into the percentage, right? Like, there was a draw literally the weekend just gone. That aside, though, it's never 50-50. And if Usain Bolt is in a race against me, it's not 50-50, right? You could say it is, because two people are in it, but clearly it's not 50-50. I don't want to hear about no spreads. I don't want no spreads. I definitely didn't pick the Packers to tie, no. Have I played Armory Forger? Only when it first came out, dude. I've not really dabbled with it. As like the mod for it that's a bit like DayZ, no. Well, clearly, a sporting event with two teams is not 50-50. There's always a favourite. That's how books work, right? It's never 50-50. I won the footy tipping at work one season just by picking all the Ho teams. Well, that's not good news. I guess we'll just bypass this. I'm really fucked off that I lost that SVD without fucking firing it. Didn't even get them on the hotbar properly. I don't think they work at Skillisty Island and Radio Zenit, Timber, but I'd like them to move. I don't want it to be at Radio Zenit. And I don't think there's enough there, and I don't think there needs to be more there, really. I guess Skillisty might work. I think that's maybe feasible. If they added something to it, it could work, yeah. Have you ever done NHL picks? No. I actually quite like American football. I know I make jokes about it, and I make jokes about what I don't know. And well, I don't know a lot, to be fair, but I do actually quite enjoy the sport. Whereas, if I'm being honest, hockey, I don't have any interest in. The last time I enjoyed hockey was when the USSR was playing in the Olympics against the USA. That's about the last time I enjoyed. I remember seeing Wayne Gretzky play for Canada once on the telly, but I don't really like ice hockey. Not one that interests me personally. Polish guy, yeah, it's good, isn't it? I hope you're good, dude. Yeah, Stranger Things is great, and the next season is coming out soon. My daughter will be really, really excited for that. She really loves Stranger Things. So 45 years ago, and you're 38. I don't think that work checks out. When were they last USSR? Would it have been 1988 or would it have been 1992? I can't remember. But I remember it anyway. But I've got a really good memory. I think I probably was I was probably like 1 year old and saw it in 1988. Well, I didn't see the 1981. I know that much. They're kind of, well, I know it was 91, but my question is not when, like in 1992, did they compete as Russia or were they? I presume they were no longer USSR, but I can't remember. Like maybe they'd already got the jerseys made, so they stayed as USSR. I can't fucking remember. I know 1992 was Barcelona. I remember that much, but I couldn't tell you what they were called. I feel like I should have found more than that, but no. Michelle, thank you for the gifted member innings. Thank you very, very much. I hope you're good. Thank you. Bruticus, I'm not asking when the USSR ended. I'm just double checking that they were called Russia in 1992 because I can't remember the Olympics. That's all. That's the thing. Like from me at the time, I might have still called them USSR in 1992 in my head, right? Because I can't remember what the team was called. Were they the Soviet Union? Were they Russia? Were they? It was Unified Team, is what they were called. Was it? Interesting. So they would have been 1988 the last time they were called USSR. Hope you're good, Michelle. You had your eye exam. That sucks. Hopefully all is well.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
What's up?
Not
Do
much.
you have any food?
No,
Any chance?
my stomach is a rumbling.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry.
Good luck.
I should have said love you bye, really, but I didn't. I hear that stomach rumbling. It's rumbling round a bend. And I ain't had no breakfast since I don't know when. Oh, if only I'd have found a gun, I could have shot his ass. I'm stuck in new spawn clothing, and time is dragging on. What's the name of the place that ends in on Chernarus? Can't think of one. You have an ice pick. There was a mushroom behind me. I can't be bothered to go back for it. Chase him down. Petrol station. Nah, that's no good. Does human fat make you go crazy? Yarp. I can't think of a single place on the map that ends in on. There must be somewhere that ends in on. Maybe it's just not in the lingo. Lelouch, I've not recorded a guide for newbies. I learnt more when I was learning the game in 2014 from watching streamers like me, though, so watching streams is not a bad idea. For example, right now, you're seeing me not be bothered at all about starving to death, you know. I'm trying to find Shakovka this way, and then I'll do some looting when I get there. Rav Plays has done some loot route guides. Armish Z has done some loot route guides. But if I'm honest, you don't know what you don't know until you don't know it, right? So asking questions of a streamer while they're playing, or obviously if you're watching a streamer with 20 viewers and you ask them questions, you're going to get an answer to every question, chances are. So I don't necessarily mean just me here, by the way. But you can pick something up watching someone spawn in. If they start in Berezino, you're like, oh, I spawned there last week. Where do they go? What did I do differently? You know, you learn more that way, I think. I thought it was no beer and no TV made you crazy. No, that's Homer. Alright, Ram, yeah, I'll try and have a look. Well, I won't try and have a look. I will have a look, but yeah, I will. Yeah, out and play, only way to learn. I don't think that's entirely true, Roger. I think you can pick things up, you know. Like, you can learn things from other players when you meet them in game. You can learn things from streams. You can certainly learn things about loot routes, and I definitely learned something from watching Smack back in the day, you know. Like, just one example, in 2014, I was most of the time gearing up on an empty official server and then switching to a full pop server once I was geared, you know, because I wanted to try and get geared and guarantee that. But I was watching Smack the streamer in 2014, and he was having cool adventures and having firefights with like crappy guns. And he was taking an approach to the game that was something I wasn't, which was to just gear up on a full pop server, and if you die a few times, so what? You know, it's all part of the adventure. You're going to get more adventures. You can definitely learn things from other players, whether they be streamers or whether they be people you meet in the game. You can learn things, or you can listen to how other people do it and then think, actually, yeah, I can see the sense in that. You absolutely can. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I'm subbed to Smack on YouTube, so his streams pop up here and there. But I haven't been in one lately from memory. But that's because I haven't been in anyone's DayZ stream lately. You know, but Smack is a good dude. He's a good dude. DayZ legend. Kind of interesting that I'm hungry and I've got food in my bag. Shows how much attention I've been paying. Moku Verix, what do you know? 1 year. Dude, thank you very much for the 12-month inning. Appreciate it. And I'm a Legend. Thank you for the 44-month inning. Cheers, dude. Chimkin. Cat food. Does Minder still stream or upload? I think he was streaming the other week. I think he's been focusing a lot on the Karma Crew servers. I don't know this for definite, by the way, but I believe it's the case that he's been focusing a lot on the servers. But I think he still uploads on YouTube. I think he's been uploading fairly regularly. I think he still streams here and there. I think he had a big break, but I do think he streamed recently a few times. What's better for streamers, Twitch or YouTube? I think it depends on the streamer, Nod, to be honest. There's no one simple answer to that, but for me, I'm very happy. If people are watching, whether they're watching on Twitch or YouTube, wherever they're happy, I'm very happy, dude. Doesn't make a whole lot of odds. Wherever you're watching, if you want to be watching there, have at it. Oh, wow, that's a good find. Not as good finding as SVD and an SV98 and a blaze and a scope and bullets for all. Not as good of a find as that. Please don't shoot. I use Vegas 14. That's an older version of Vegas now. There are newer versions of Vegas available than Vegas 14. However, Vegas 14 is fine. You know, I think they're up to like 20 or something. One thing you can do more often than not, there's usually a version of Vegas going for like $30 at some point on Humble Bundle or somewhere like that. So any version of Vegas will do the job for DayZ. Any version, whether it be 14, 15, 20, whatever, they're all fine. Just pick one up when it's on special on Humble Bundle. This is good. We're getting food. I think I might make a fire. As a viewer, I hate all the multi-platform streaming nowadays. I don't really understand War Rambo. What's to hate? Like, if you're on Twitch and you like watching streamers on Twitch, do that, you know? Like, but if I'm streaming on, I don't know, if I'm streaming on YouTube or if I'm streaming to someone's fridge freezer, you know, it doesn't change the fact that I'm still streaming on Twitch and talking to you right now, does it? You know, it doesn't make any difference. Are we heading to recover the blaze? Well, there's the one I hid. And the one I dropped might still be there, but I think I'm just going to start afresh. I don't think I'm going to go back. Can I stream on your smartwatch? I could piss on it if you like.
What did the bison say to his son when he left the ranch?
Move.
Bison.
Bison. Oh. I never would have got it. AVFC, thank you very much. V-Sletton, thank you as well. Brutal, I didn't see that, sorry. War Rambo, I've been waiting for the... I'm not waiting to have an argument with you, by the way, but I'm genuinely interested as to what the reason is. And to have an argument, obviously, but I was interested to see what you were going to say. I hate all this multi-streaming. These streamers streaming to 2 or 3 places, those bastards, those. Is it really cold? It's late autumn, early winter, so it's definitely colder,
Hope
yeah.
you and the family are well.
It's definitely intentionally colder. Joe Gleason, thank you. I'm good. I hope you're good as well. Thank you for the support, dude. Does heating food up do something other than warm you up? That's all I'm heating it up for right now, is to try and get out of being light blue a little bit quicker. Doesn't do anything else. You can't stream to my fridge freeze at the moment. I'm playing Skyrim on it. Oh, blimey. Apparently it's going to get really, really windy in the UK. There's Storm Fuckfaces coming, or whatever it's called. I can't remember the name. Amy? Is it Storm Amy? I think they should use more exciting names. They could call it Storm Anakin, right? Why can't it be Storm Anakin? That would be much better, wouldn't it? It would sound like it was at least cool. Well, maybe. Partially cool, at least. They could use kind of cool names, like... The weather forecaster could even like add little jokes in for it. It'd be like, Storm Anakin is approaching from the west, so if you want to avoid the worst of it, you'll definitely need to take the high ground. Like, why not, you know? Or something along those words. The real test of a modern refrigerator, does it play Crisis? Joe Gleason, thank you for the 13 months. Yeah, I don't normally actually bother looking at the weather forecast very much because it doesn't change anything really. I'm quite lucky in that I work from home, right? So, well, I stream from home. Like, let's not upset people and call it work. It is, but let's not upset people and call it it. However, on Saturday I want to go to the Big Smoke. I'm going to go to London on Saturday, and I want to have a little look and not watch related. I'm going to try and get stuff. I might like do a bit of shopping, get some shoes. I ordered some trainers, these kind of nice leather trainers, but they're too big, so I've got to take them back as well. I'm going to London, all smack, yeah. Storm Vader, exactly. Hi, RJ. How am I still only getting 1+ symbol? Fuck me dead. If you're coming to London, let's get a pint. I'm not drinking, Village. Otherwise, the answer would be definitely no. One day, I might try and do that and try and meet some people. I was thinking that a while ago. I think I'd like to do it around an EGX type thing. Or wouldn't it be great if they actually did TwitchCon Europe and had it in London, right? But I would quite like once I've got TwitchCon America Land out of the way, next year I'm going to try and do something like that somewhere in the UK, probably. I think I will try to do that. I don't think we're going to get 2+ symbols because my clothes are a bit shit, so I think we'll just take that and move. I don't think making crappy gloves is going to make any difference, so we'll just leave it. That's dark, isn't it? I'm not even convinced that just having any gloves would make the difference. I think in general my clothes are pretty poor.
I am delighted to celebrate the thousands of pointless hours I have frittered away listening to your drivel. Equally important is the proportionally greater amount of my life yet to be poured down the gurgler, assimilating more of your insights into the human condition until I'm dead. What is the meaning of life?
Don't ask me. I'm full of Paul's nonsense. You're not full of my nonsense, dude. Nobody is. Not this year. Ed T. Ball, thank you for that. I like how you're very prepared to refer to stuff that I say as drivel. I do really like, by the way, the amount of your life yet to be poured down the gurgler. I like gurgler. She said it a bit like that as well, gurgler. It sounds like something out of a Roald Dahl book. It's like one of the BFG's foes is called the gurgler. You know, you've got Bone Cruncher and Maggot Dripper and gurgler, right? It sounds like something out of a Roald Dahl book. But that aside, why is everything that comes out of my mouth drivel, but all of your incredibly long alerts, they're not drivel, are they? They seem like drivel to me. I'd like to pour all of those straight down the gurgler. Gurgler. That's my. I like that word a lot. I'm going to start using gurgler. Well articulated drivel, yeah. Gaming, thank you very much for the membership. Rob Ho, thank you very much too. Winter Storm Bob. Well, what could Bob be? Like, if A was Anakin for Storm Anakin, what could Storm B be? What's a good like kind of badass name beginning with B? Storm Belinda Carlisle? Nah, she was hot though. She probably still is. I don't know, but she was. Storm Bruiser? Nah. Storm Boba Fett? Storm Boba Fett's pretty good. Storm Burnside. I think Boba Fett's winning thus far. Ryan, Nightbot won't let you type in all capitals. Eloquent effluence. Effluence, sorry. Panikin, no. Storm Trooper, yeah, but that's for T. It wouldn't be any good for B. Okay, so Storm Boba Fett it is then. Right, Storm C. Storm... Storm... Cat... Stormy Daniels. Stormy Daniels. We do need a Stormy Daniels. That would be good for D. Storm C3PO. I don't know. It doesn't sound badass. I do like Stormy Daniels though. How funny would it be if they made the D Stormy Daniels? Who is Stormy Daniels, by the way? I don't know. Chewbacca. That's better than C3PO, right? I know who. Yeah, anyway. Calrissian. That's Storm Calrissian. I like that. Cassian would be good. I nearly said Cassian. That was nearly the first word out of my mouth, Storm Cassian. But Cassian on its own is no good. It needs to be Cassian Andor or it doesn't sound cool, does it? Storm Andor could be the second one. After Anakin, you could have Storm Andor. That'd be good. Set in your old man ways. I saw it this time, War Rambo. It's all good, dude. I guess depending on the streamer, maybe they don't have the tech to do it. Perhaps kind of understand that, but I don't know. I think there's quite a lot of people doing multi-streaming that are making it work pretty well. Hopefully nowadays, it's a lot easier now than what it used to be, which is good because you really just need a half decent Nvidia card and you can kind of do it. If you're doing it to 2 at least, anyway. Storm Falcon does sound good. I see the Met Office getting sued by Disney. Well, they've sued everyone else probably. Why not? When 129 goes official, their devs have said that they're delaying it for now while they work on improvements to server performance, which is probably good. Maybe that would be a good idea. Maybe instead of having it like Storm Amy, like you've just said Johnny Storm Anonymous, maybe it would be fun if one time they put the name in front. You know, like sometimes they have to change the reg plates. Years and years ago, they used to have reg plates and it was like a Y plate, but the Y was the last letter. And then when they got to the end of the alphabet, they started with A at the front, and the A was the start of the alphabet, and obviously they moved through the alphabet with the letter at the front, right? So likewise with storms, to avoid confusion, they could have like Storm Amy, and then next time round they could have like Andy Storm. Andy Storm is coming in from the west, or whatever, you know, you get the point, you know. But then it would sound like Storm is their surname. That would be nice for a change. Billy Storm is coming through. Beware, Billy Storm is coming upon you. What? Hugh J. Storm. Yeah, I caught it, Acid Freaker. We're all good, but thank you. Storm Z. Blimey. See what you did there. I couldn't tell you a single song that Stormzy has done. When I've heard a couple of them, I've quite liked them when I've seen him, but I've seen him interviewed once or twice. He seems like an incredibly fucking switched on dude. I don't know a single thing about his music, but I've seen him once or twice being interviewed. My fuck is he switched on. Juan and Gaming, thank you very much for the memberships, both of you. That's really kind. Gaming Inc. and Juan Polanco, thank you for the memberships. What does switched on mean? He's like on the ball. He's intelligent. He's bright. Whatever, you know. He's quite a smart dude. He's got. I've seen him on things not really relating to music. He just seems like a really aware, smart dude. I don't know all of these opinions on anything, by the way. It's just like he's quite bright. Thought you meant coked up. No. I don't know what that would. I don't know what that would be. High as a kite, maybe, but no. If you can bag Mayor Jammer twice, you must be switched on. I don't know who that is.
Storm Chuck Norris has gotta be a shout. Man shrugging emoji.
Storm Chuck. How much wind would a Storm Chuck chuck? Storm hepatitis. It's not actually working. I'm still losing the plus. It's still kind of going.
That seems like it'd be a fun team up that I've never seen. Cheers. Keep on running, Paul.
Z-Rams, how you doing? I have done in the past a lot. We did have a falling out years ago over game stuff. No, nothing important really, but over like stupid game stuff. But he doesn't stream as much now. I ain't played with him for a good few years. I've met him at the last two Prague trips. I've met him in person. He's fine. He's a good dude. In person, he's a good dude. But I think he's, like I said before, he's mostly focusing on server stuff now, as far as I know. ZRAMS, thank you very much for the support, dude. Storm Palpatine is a good one, isn't it? Clearly there would be some infringement going on with Disney, but Storm Palpatine, my word, that's a brilliant one. Does making a torch give more heat than a lit broom? No, they've both been nerfed a while ago. This is making the plus symbol last longer, though. It actually is. It's kind of faint, but it's still there, so it is actually helping. And we made that fire a good while ago, and I only had one plus symbol. I feel like it should have gone by now, and it's still sticking around. Do you think they will make DayZ with Arma Reforger tech? Yeah, I do one day, comrade. Yeah, I think it will be after Arma 4 comes out, but I do think that'll happen at some point, yes. Stormtrooper wouldn't cause any damage. Well, not to your house, but maybe somewhere nearby. Darude Sandstorm. Oh, I really did like that song when it came out. Well, song, you know what I mean. Being a 38-year-old, it came out when I was at my prime, obviously. When did it come out? When did Darude? 2002, something like that? Early 2000s, I think. Have you ever played Project Zomboid? Nope. The top-down thing just puts me off a bit, dude, but I completely get that people love it, and I understand why as well. It came out 2000, did it? Yeah, that's exactly when I was at my prime, 13 years of age. Peak TRMZ. So it came out the year... I think Who Let the Dogs Out was 2001, I think. It might have been 2000 as well, but they were the two seminal tracks of the last 20 or 30 years, clearly. ZRAMS, thank you again. Blockyarder, thank you very much. Storm Chuck Norris. Gotta be a shout. Storm Chuck, thank you. Stormin Norman. I really like that similar kind of time within a year or two. That Spiller song with Sophie Ellis-Bextor, Groove Jet it was called. I love that song. That song is like a great song for the summer back in the day. I know it's a long time ago now, but that was cracking at the time. Similar kind of era. RunningManZ, you're at least 50. Nod, I am not 50, and that is... This is the most truthful thing I will say today. I am not 50. I'm not above 50. I'm below 50. Substantially below. That's true. You can put me on a lie detector test. You can put me on a lie detector test and connect my go nuts to electricity, and if I lie, you can put 240 volts through them. Yeah, well, everyone gets to 50 one day, Wan. Everyone gets to 50. Well, unless they don't, in which case they're unlucky, okay? Hopefully everyone gets to 50. Yeah, me. I believe you, otherwise you won't be able to get a mortgage. I think you can still get a mortgage when you're like 55 if you want. I believe that's the case now, DayZ. I think it depends how much you earn, but I don't believe mortgage companies are allowed to say no on the basis of age alone. Yeah, obviously you need a bigger deposit and maybe you might need a slightly shorter term, but You can definitely get a mortgage if you're 55. You might not be getting no 40-year term or something, but you'd definitely be able to get a mortgage. The reality is, why would the mortgage company care? Like, if you say you're buying a house that's 300 grand and you put in 70 grand down, and you're getting a 15-year mortgage at the age of 55, right? If you die, they foreclose on the house and make more money. You know, like of course they don't want that to happen, but yeah, you can definitely get a mortgage at 55. And older, right? You can. So, you know, you can't... It's like not being able to get a mortgage is not a thing if you were over 50. I do loans every day for folks born in the 40s. Holy shit. Your mum is 67 and just got a mortgage. Fair enough. Ooh. Has TRMZ never heard about switching guns? Has he never heard about switching to the secondary rather than reload? No, he hasn't. I wish I had some tune. I wish I could. I'd love to be able to sing. I don't want to be famous. I just wish I I'd like to be able to do karaoke. Right? I'm so bad of a singer that even if I was absolutely plastered, I wouldn't do karaoke. I wouldn't do karaoke if I was drunker than drunk, and I don't know. Jeff Bezos was prepared to give me $1 million. I still would say no. I'd say no, Jeff. Fuck off. Fuck you and fuck your million. You can afford a much more than that, Jeff. Come on. Dip your hand in your measly pocket, you stingy bastard. And while you're at it, fix a few things at Twitch, will you? Fuck's sake. Come on, Jeff. I did, having said all of that, I did about 4 years ago at a New Year's Eve party get really drunk and then do park life. But it's not really singing, is it, if you're just doing confidence as a preference of the habitual voyeur of what is known as. But I did it in a slightly cockney attempt anyway, not like that. But yeah, I didn't. I just did the talky bit of park life. That's about as much as I've ever done. Can I play an instrument? I get a pretty good tune out of the one-eyed trombone. Paul, can I ask a favour? Could you please say happy 6th birthday to my Arthur Fortune? Happy birthday, Arthur! I hope you're having a lovely day. I hope all is well. Happy birthday. Hopefully you got something nice for dinner tonight as well. That'd be good, right? Surely. Happy birthday. Probably a good idea to learn the guitar. Can I sing Mr. Brightside? No. I like the song though, it's a good song. Phil Daniels, Alf is the name from the guy from Park Life, Phil Daniels. Thank you so much. Ah, no worries. It wasn't hard, was it? I hope you're doing well, Arthur. Yeah, he's been in a few things. He was in Quadrophenia. I saw that. I didn't think it was all that myself, Quadrophenia. I didn't really like it. It was probably because it was so old. I just felt like it was old, you know. This plus symbol has definitely lasted longer. Most overrated song of all time. What? Who Let the Dogs Out? I didn't really think it was good, by the way. It was catchy as fuck, though, but I don't believe personally that a dog is nothing if he ain't got a bone. No, I think the lyrics were the big problem. I've seen dogs be very happy with all sorts of things beyond a bone. Psycho, that's true, yeah. Take rubber gloves, better than nothing. No, I'm not doing any proctology exams today. The examination room is closed. Have you seen the new Hell Let Loose Vietnam game? If so, what do you think? No. I'm afraid that ends that a little sooner than ideal, doesn't it? I haven't seen it. I saw a picture. I saw a picture of a picture of the game on Twitter, and that's as far as I got. Hell Let Loose does look like quite a fun game. It's just not a game for me, probably. Taking the piss, chicken. Yes. What do I think about the new expansion Badlands? I don't know yet, Triple. It's a long way away, so I'm looking forward to trying it. I'm quite optimistic about a map made by the devs that's trying to be the size of Chernarus. And if they do what they say, and they've said that they know that they got things wrong with Sakal and they're going to wait longer before they release the next one, if they do that and they get it right, then a map the size of Chernarus with significant time spent on it could be really, really good. Yeah, I did try. I tried Squad, and I wasn't a big fan. And I tried Postscriptum, and I did quite enjoy that. And I do believe I would probably quite like Hell Let Loose, but they're just all a little bit not quite my personal taste. But Hell Let Loose does look like quite a lot of fun. I enjoyed Postscriptum for a week to 10 days. It was kind of fun using the guns that were in it. What was wrong about Sakala? Well, they just said that they were aware that they'd released it prematurely and it wasn't quite the finished article. I don't think it's the finished article now, but they said when they were talking about Badlands that they knew that they'd released Sakal too early. Which is why that they were announcing Badlands in June of 2025, but it wasn't coming until 2026, so they were giving it a lot more time to cook. You know, they're taking a lot longer over it. You may well be right, Maddox, but I was only playing Postscriptum because DayZ had the bug that was so game-breaking I wanted a week or 2 weeks off it. What do you think about the World Cup being in America? I think it's a little bit close to 1994 when you last had it. But I think it's a good thing. I think it's good that it goes around different places. I think it's kind of cool. We'll have to wait and see how it goes, though, you know. I know it's kind of partially shared with other countries this time, but it's mostly in America, I think, isn't it? Some of the South American countries are hosting like one game or something, aren't they? Or they were. I think they're trying to change it around a little bit. But well, that sounds positive. We shit on old bag still. Oh, fuck. It was here, wasn't it? I didn't even look at it. I was reading the chat. They're thinking of playing games after midnight UK time because of the weather. That is something that's a shame. I mean, obviously, they can't always pick a World Cup that's going to be conducive to English players, you know. Otherwise, we'd like mud and rain, please. But the weather being too hot, and like, it was kind of frustrating when they had it in Qatar, and then they had to have the World Cup in December, I think it was, wasn't it? December, January? I forget now. But having it to have it in like the middle of the regular season was just ridiculous, really. That was wrong. Like, I think it's if it's not ideal time for the UK, then so be it. You know, like it is a World Cup, so there's always going to be the odd one that doesn't suit time-wise. But picking somewhere where it's not too hot makes sense, you know. Alison will purportedly be injured until when? When is that? The November international break. Oh, it's not too bad. I think Mamadashvili actually looks pretty decent, so it's not ideal, but I think that's not the end of the world. I'm proud to formally invite you to join my band, Gutter Baby Death Queef. We are a symphonic deathcore grind blues jazz group with hit titles like Cheesegate Uranus Massage and Lemon Juice Enema. We need a new triangle player. Bonus points for the kazoo. I could play the kazoo. I'm afraid it's a no from me, though. I've heard Cheese Grater Anus Massage, and it's not really my cup of tea. I thought it was a bit soft. Cheers, Bjorn, dude. Thank you very much. Oh, shotguns. Much love, Paul, even though you won't join our band. Yeah, sorry. Good luck, though. I can't actually play the triangle, by the way. I can't do it. I'm no good at putting small objects into gaping orifices. I'm no good at it. Despite having had absolutely no experience. Fucking hell, what am I saying? Anyway, let's move on. I've got lots of experience with small objects, though. I'm going to have to cook this chicken. I didn't really want to do it here, but I think I'm going to have to do it here. Oh, I knew it. I just want to drink my bottle in peace, please, mate. Oh, God, this is taking ages. I ain't got time for this. Do you know what? What am I even doing here? I've got a deagle mag. Fuck the repeater. I'm going to use the deagle. I'm going deagle as my long-range weapon for now. The best part of my outlandish sub-comments is you always try to rationalise them, and then the inevitable tangential narrative about how your pee-pee is too flaccid or too small. I don't know, dude. I don't remember them. I should save them all up. The Big Bumper Book of Why My Dick Is Too Small by Mr. Manz. I could see it now. I'm sure somebody would buy it. I should keep them all up, yeah. It's time for some one-deeks. We could sell it in the merch store, yeah. Yes, okay, yes. I think it's time to cook the chicken. Cook the chicken, cook the chicken. Remember when you used to be a commentator? I can't remember who it is, RJ. You might know who it is. Well, you might not know who it is, but somebody else might know who it is. Somebody, one of the CSGO players, one of the CSGO pros, was in an interview talking about how they like to chill watching DayZ streams, and then went and mentioned my name. How funny is that? I can't remember the name. I feel bad for this but I'm so not aware of CSGO that I can't remember the name of who it was. But one of the CSGO pros talked about DayZ with the commentators, because I'm saying CSGO, I should be saying CS, but a lot of the CS shoutcasters play DayZ, like Pansy plays DayZ, for example. Occasionally she appears in the stream, but yeah, like others do too. Can't remember who it was, but one of them did. That was kind of cool.
Finally got a PC. You've been very helpful over the years and inspired me a lot. Keep running. Peace. The DRL quest is way harder than it looks. TRMZ love.
The DRL quest is very hard, yeah. It was TSM or Cypher. G Double Tap, thank you for the 35 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Finally got a PC, dude. Well, I hope it goes well. All the best with that Double Tap, dude. Thank you. Just by the way, if you're on console and you're thinking about getting a PC, don't forget to check out what PC specialists do at !PC. Cheers for the support, Double Tap. Thank you. Yep, teeth are done today, Rhubarb. I'll keep it short because obviously I've covered it already a bit, but she had the 4 teeth out. She only had an injections into all of her gums, so she had the numbing injections only. And she was a trooper, yeah, she was great. She was really pale, really nervous beforehand, like really anxiety-ridden about it. But she was fine while it happened, really brave. And she's gone home. She's going to be off school today and tomorrow. But yeah, she did great. To be honest, it was worse for her than me. But if I could have swapped places with her, I would have quite happily done it because I felt like awful. I sat in the room with her while she did it. Well, she had it done, and it was much worse than if I was having it done myself, I think. Which I appreciate for her it was much worse than it was for me. That's not what I'm saying. But I would rather have had it done than be sitting in the chair, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's horrible. Ugh. They PC specialists ship to the whole of Europe. They don't go worldwide, but they ship to all of Europe. Badly damaged. I wish I'd known that. It looks in such good condition, but I don't think it has different looks, this one, does it? It always looks like that. I know, I thought it had like a more derelict look. Expecting your package from PC Specialist next Wednesday. Very cool. Oh, it's just gone derelict. It's almost like somebody was listening. And obviously nobody was listening, but isn't that weird? Why did it do that? It looks kind of cool now, doesn't it? It looks like a more expensive CS skin than the original. That one looks like it cost more money. Maybe not. You'd probably be annoyed because you got a bad condition one. I can't remember what the names of the conditions are for the guns on thingy anymore. All right. I think we're only going to get yellow, so let's just have at it. Just sort of blasely wandering out, eating my chicken after cooking in quite a dangerous town to cook in.
Finally 1 year of remembering to sub. 5+ years of watching. 20% isn't so bad.
Mr. Potato Fred, well, thank you. Cheers for the resub, dude. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Chunderbox. What a name, Chunderbox. Cheers for the follow on YouTube. Less than 33% of people have liked the video. Please like and subscribe. It really helps. It does. Highly stoned. It will be a lot less than 33%, by the way. The number of viewers is how many people are watching right now. But I've been on for over 3 hours, so some people were here earlier and have fucked off, you know. So it's way less than 33%, believe it or not. I'd say the like ratio is probably less than 10%, if I'm honest. So, guys, what he's saying there is you should absolutely hit the like button because it's just terrible. Hit the like button. Also, follow my Insta while you're at it. I haven't posted in over a week. It's beautiful. You'll love it. I fear I bought too complicated of an arm for my phone. I had a bit of a play with it yesterday. It's really, really good. It's a gimbal one, so you put your phone on it and then you can have it set to you so it will keep it exactly straight or near enough. But it's a bit more complex than I thought, and I had 5 minutes playing with it and I thought, well, in 5 minutes I'll be able to use it entirely, and it just got me more confused. It's got me more confused than when I started out. I need to get familiar with that and then I can use it. Can I dislike the stream? You can, but it's possible you might contract syphilis. Nod, I'm not even going to bother replying to that one or reading it out loud. I'm just going to say the words low-hanging fruit again. Cheers, Potato Fred. Thank you. Yeah, no, I'll get there, Jake. I was playing with it, and then it said that there was a software update, and I tried to do the software update, and then it said that the battery was too low. So I put it on charge, and I haven't looked at it since. But I'm going to play with it at some point. Yeah, I'll get it working before I go away, probably. Yeah, it's all good, Nod. Don Roman, I'm afraid I don't know what you're calling me a lie about, but I'm sure you're probably right. Wascally Wabbit. Hi Johnny Gorka, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I'm doing alright. Brayhill, I died in the end, but we got quite a few kills. Can I remember the brand? I'm after one for... Yeah, it's a DJI OM2 something or other. I can't remember that. I can find it. Oh, hang on. I didn't do a load of research, but I did like 5 minutes Googling, and it came back as a good one. So that I don't do a lot. What is it called? It's a DJI Osmo Mobile 7P. So Osmo, OSMO, Mobile 7P. That's not a gun, that's fireworks. In actually a kind of cool place. Starry tents by the look of it. Drunken Camper, cheers for the 57 months, too. Thank you. Why would someone set off fireworks? Because they found them. And that's usually why you set off fireworks, because it's fun. You see fireworks, you set fireworks. Then you run. Camilla Nessing and Mark Sebastian. Thank you very much for the follows. Mark Sebastian's got 2 first names. He must be famous. Is there a purpose of fireworks in the game? Yeah, they look cool. You can use them to distract Zeds if you wish. So if you're in a busy town and you set fireworks off, it could attract Zeds, but also as you're running away from the fireworks, they could aggro on you. But fireworks is more of just like a fun thing, right? You could use it as a means to try and attract players, right? It's possible that somebody setting those fireworks off could have made me think, oh, I'll go and investigate. There's somebody there. And so you could use them like as a baiting type thing, I guess, if you wanted to. It brings all the boys to the yard. It looks really, really cool at night time as well. They really look good at night time. Have you ever had a Parmo? What is a Parmo? I know Parmesan cheese is Parmesan cheese, but what is Parmo? So I'm guessing the answer's no, but we might call it something else. Yeah, it's not. It's like 100 and something pounds, Pinkster. I think there's definitely cheaper ones, but it's really quite handy if you're wanting to walk and have a camera steady. But also, you could. It's capable of, if you put it on the tripod and put it on a side or something, it will actually track you. So it can actually be like a camera person, if you like, and track you as you move. It's quite clever, but it's not the cheapest one, but it's quite clever. It's also, it's like a handheld thing, and it's a tripod, and it's a kind of tracker dealy. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily think it's the one you needed to get, but I bought for Instagram. If I'm going to do it, then that's a good one to have. So that's why I got that one. And then I'll probably make 3 videos and then never use it again. Planning doing a blog. I think I'll do a couple of little things when I go to TwitchCon. There won't be anything on YouTube because YouTube's for DayZ videos really. But I've set up an Instagram account, so in theory, I'm gonna post a few photos, possibly the odd video. There may well be a live stream with the NFL picks while I'm there as well. But in theory, yes. But in practice, it depends how it goes, you know. But right now, yeah, that's the idea. I'll buy yours off you. Parmos are a northern thing. Parmo, or Teesside Parmesan, is a dish originating from Middlesbrough, England, and a popular item for takeaway food in the Teesside area as well as northern England. It consists of a breaded cutlet of chicken or pork, topped with white bechamel sauce and cheese, usually cheddar. No, we don't have that here. Hunter's chicken. We'd call it Hunter's chicken. Hunter's chicken, don't you know? It's not posh. Sounds posh though, doesn't it? No easy way to clear this. Castle loot has been particularly poor lately. Scope for the Deagle. Yeah, it is. It's not in the best of conditions though. I'll use it though, especially for you. But when I die, I'm going to blame you because the scope is bad. See? Four times 20. Thanks. Cheers for tuning into the stream, dude. Have you ever had a palmy? Not on Monday. Never watched live streams, but I guess TRMZ is special. Jakamuku, you're gonna swell my ginormous head, dude. I find a lot of trifles, sniper trifles on official if I go to Castles Tech UO, but on some of the modded servers they can be a bit hit and miss sometimes. Mr. K, thank you for the follow on YouTube. Thank you. And Castle Flugel. Castle Flugel. Castle Flugel? Cheers for the follow YouTube as well. What about a handy? That's the same as a palmy, M. Denny. Would I grab a chainmail if I found it? No. I've got a press vest. Chainmail, no bueno. You can wear it underneath the press vest, but it's just too heavy. I don't ever bother. It just doesn't seem worth it. Esmic, thank you for gifting Punkish Killer the sub. Thank you very much. Cheers for the support, Esmic. Have I ever played Knifey Spoony? No. I only play Knifey Booty. Have you ever heard of Atletico Minz? No. I believe that's what the manager did the other week when he was a bit unhappy with that Liverpool fan, though. When he went walking off, he was most displeased with himself. I can't remember his name at the moment. The Argentinian dude. What the fuck is his name? Have you ever answered this many questions before? Yes. Simeone. Diego Simeone. Yeah, well done. Thank you. Has anything happened about the one of the assistant coaches that spat at the guy in the crowd? Has he faced any charges yet? The logo is not new, no. The spinner logo, Los Lobo, is not new. Quality Simon, yeah, good luck with the recovery. Day 3 of recovery from knee replacement surgery. Dude, that sucks. Hope all is on the mend. Hello, Starbursts as well. Atletico Minz is Bob Mortimer's podcast, loosely football-based and very funny. I haven't heard it, no. I am a big fan of Bob Mortimer, but I have never listened to any podcast ever. Other than a few DayZ ones, I guess. Including ones that I wasn't even in occasionally. I know the question gets old, but like your thoughts. Son is turning 21, so no smartwatch, please. What digital watch for 200 would you suggest? Must be able to handle being in commercial kitchen. Commercial kitchen. I really like G-Shocks, Drunken. I really like G-Shocks personally. I might be inclined to go for one of the Cassioaks, which if you just Google Cassioak, you'll see pictures of them. They're really, really good. If you want something a bit smarter than that, then I don't think you could get a PRX digital for that money, but you could get a Quartz PRX for not far away from that money, or possibly, definitely, something like a Citizen. Citizen do a lot of really good quartz watches. What are the quartz watches called from Eco Drive? Citizen Eco Drives are really, really good. So if you want a traditional style watch rather than a G-Shock style, Citizen Eco Drive would be good. That's not right. So I'm just switching over so I waste bullets that I'm not bothered about wasting in a nutshell. That's what I'm doing. You can, any Seiko is decent as well, but if you're wanting quartz, I think if you want more traditional Citizen, if not, Casio. Fuck you. Chicken George, thank you very much for the 9 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Chicken George, eh? I wonder what Chicken George's favourite dinner is. I bet he likes turkey. Actually, that would probably be Turkey Barry, wouldn't it? Not Chicken George. What the fuck? What the fucking fuck? No, I haven't got the green shells in anymore. Oh, and then I miss. Finally back to normal. You bastards. I hope they have actually de-aggroed. The twin packs. Let's hope it's not a triple decker. Fuck off, wolves, yeah. I say you buy one, you get one free. That's what they say about the wolves in Chernarus. You pay for your front, you get the back done free. That's a really, really niche reference. Chicken George, thank you very much.
Gifted a survivalist sticker pack to the chat. Type. Enter for a chance to win. Consolation prize for non-drinkers. Stick it to 'em.
That's a re-roll from somebody that won and then didn't claim the prize. So if you're on the Twitch chat only, it only works with Twitch chat at the moment. Type exclamation enter in the chat for your chance to win the sticker pack that somebody entered and then didn't even claim. Can you not eat wolf meat? You can eat wolf meat, but you need meds. And to be honest, I can't be bothered. I'm just going to go this way. I should eat the wolf meat really, but I can't be fooked. It's the guy. It's the Windows Safe Style UK. They had a few different people doing it back in the day. Yeah. Oh, fuck off! That bug needs to be gone, doesn't it? That bug needs to be gone. It needs to take some bug be gone. That one. That's so annoying. I've ran all this way. What bug? The bug you just saw. So there is a gas attack here, but it doesn't show you the gas until you're in it. It's a known bug. It's been the devs know about it. Fuck's sake! Like it's only showing me the gas when I get in it. It's just done it like 3 times now, and I'm trying to run around it. But you can't see the gas. Like, I was literally just in it. Now I'm not in it. You can't even see it, right? That's a pretty serious bug. Fucking hell, a mod won it! Holy shit, it's rigged! Topper, one of the Twitch mods. Well, he's on YouTube sometimes too, but Topper has won. Well done, Topper. I believe TRMZ employees are exempt from the fourth wall giveaways. But given TRMZ employees aren't employees, it's completely fine. Have you played on Hey Barney Bees Livonia yet? I have a little bit, Squirrely, yeah. I really liked it. I've got a character, well, I had a character geared. It might not be there now. I got slightly put off. This is only a personal view, but the bases in places like castles and prisons and stuff, it kind of irks me. It irks me because if you're just playing to play the game on like a one life adventure and some of the best loot spots are all based over, it just kind of pisses me off. I do enjoy the server though. I had some good encounters around what's the big town called with the apartments. That was kind of fun. That town, Nadgersville. I think stuff like that, the base building stuff, it makes sense for a server like that, by the way. So in no way am I saying it shouldn't be like that. But for me personally, I find it annoying if there's one castle on Livonia and it's got a base at it. You know, like if you're a new spawn and you're trying to get something to loot and you go to the prison and it's not lootable, it's
Top
really
35
deflating.
redeemed prize, Survivalist sticker pack.
GG, congrats on the win. Diker, Mr. Chi, thank you very much for the support too. Raptor, cheers very much, big boy. Bonito, thank you very much as well. Cheers for the resub, both of you.
Happy anniversary, big boy. LOL.
Big boy. I've just realised why I still feel hungry. It's 7:10. I had dinner, I had lunch quite late today, but nonetheless,
Thank you for
I feel
all the content
fucking
and
ravenous.
streams.
Did you see smoke render when I zoomed in to the right of the castle? Maybe, I don't know. Sometimes there's a smoke up this way. You can get helicopters there, and I think just above the castle potentially too, but I didn't see it. Doesn't mean it wasn't there though. I actually do need to start finding food. I'm being a bit blasé. I probably should have cut the wolves up. That's what I was after, though. Tundi. Don't have any spare burritos, though. Oh, that looks really weird on this server, doesn't it? I'm going to need to find some food. Normally, well not normally, but very often there's cows in this field on the left here. There doesn't seem to be any right now, though. Is this modded Chernarus? Yes. It's late autumn, early winter Chernarus, so the map itself is modded, like with the snow on the ground and whatnot. Benito, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. Yeah, Marge, Claire, they made it so wolves and bear make you sick. It's 50-50, so if you eat one piece of meat, it's 50-50 if you're going to get sick or not. But if you're going to eat a whole wolf, you're going to get sick, basically. There's no way you're not. If you eat a whole bear, likewise. The cure is vitamin tablets if you've got time. It's not really a cure, but it will get rid of it. Or charcoal tablets. It effectively kind of gives you salmonella. But it's meant to be simulating a parasite because they're predators, really. That's the idea. You can eat the fat. You can. If you cook the fat, you can eat the fat. So maybe I should have done that, really. There was lots and lots of wolves. Probably would have made sense. How long do you reckon the United manager has? I reckon he's got 3 or 4 games tops, to be honest. If he loses the next 2 games, he's gone, isn't he? You know, I think he's in the... If he doesn't start turning it around real soon, I think he's gone. I wouldn't be surprised if he's gone before mid to end of November. If he loses the next game and then he loses to Liverpool, I think he's gone. I think Liverpool is the second game out, right? I feel like he's like dead man walking unless they just start winning really, really, really regularly. Repair Deagle. It's not worth it, dude. I'm not really going to use the Deagle anymore. I'm all about the Tundra and the shotgun and with anything that matters. I'm dicking around shooting zombies with the Deagle, so it doesn't need fixing. I saw a news article this morning about Gareth Southgate again. Now, I don't believe he'll get the Man United job, but I saw it again this morning. I, for one, support Gareth Southgate in the role of Manchester United manager. The board do not want to admit they've made another mistake gone at the end of the season. I don't think they'll wait that long. Unless he starts to get better results, I really don't think they'll wait that long. Oliver Glasner would seem to be a really good choice based on how he's doing at the moment. You know, he's doing a brilliant job at Palace. Like, he really is doing a brilliant job at Palace. You know, like, away to Palace, normally as a Liverpool fan, I'd be like, I actually think we could get 3 points, you know. But this time, before the game, I was like, if we get a draw, I'll be quite happy, you know. And that's his doing, you know. Like, he's doing an incredibly good job. I know there'll be Palace fans thinking leave him be, but he's only got a year left on his contract and he's kind of well known, like somebody was saying this in the chat the other day, but he's kind of well known for not staying at clubs for too long. God, it's so hard with that scope. Fuck me dead. If I don't find an animal soon, or even like a Zagorki bar, I'm going to be struggling a touch. I really need to get that. Toppy, you sent me that link to that cushion. I think I might have to get one. I'm struggling again today with numb bum-itis. My bum is fucking aching. I've only been streaming 4 hours. I'm getting a numb arse. My glutes are all numb. I'm still. I have a little bit of weight to lose, but clearly I'm not as comfortable sitting on my bum for great lengths of time because I've lost some of the padding. It's hurting. Flex those glutes. Yeah. It's not that I'm too muscly. That's definitely not the case. Maybe a better chair, dude. I have about the best chair you can get, John. The chair is amazing. I have a Herman Miller Aeron chair. It's like basically the best office chair. So, I probably should be looking for food, but there is a distinct possibility of finding... Oh, that's really funky, isn't it? There's a distinct possibility of finding like a Zagorki bar or something just doing this, so that might help. after here, we're going to have to go somewhere where I can find an aminal. Oh god, if I'd fallen off there, we could have been in trouble. So it's funny. I was saying how I was struggling with the castles, and I've come here, and all of the weapons are at the castles, but just not the other ones. Only this one. Might take that with hunting in mind. Can I see any animals? I ain't seeing no fucking animals. Oh, I don't need it. I've already got rope anyway. I don't need that. I've got rope there. Thinking I might have to be desperate enough to fish, maybe. I might have to. I don't really fish on Chernarus very much, but we're starting to get to that point. I know I'm white health still, but... Oh, I won't be at this rate. I missed the white barrel. That barrel's a modded thing that's been added. It's a fire, dude. It's a fire barrel. It's not a barrel you can get loot in. The issue is United need a manager that can stabilise the team, but as soon as someone stabilises the team, people scream that now we should be top of the Premier League. It's so complicated, dude. Like Mourinho finished second. Even Tempeg finished at top. Was he third in the first season? I forget, but they've had teams capable of doing okay, like under different managers, but they've never quite got to where they needed to be. You know, like. But at the moment, the last few, since Solskjaer especially, Solskjaer until now, it just seems to be like a tyre fire. Am I near water? There's some water this way. There may well be some bears this way. Or a bear. There's some water down the hill. There's a little stream on the way towards Grashino. We can fish there potentially. I'm still hopeful that we'll hear deers or something like that, or goats or whatever. You do get bears in this forest, but I don't have any meds. I don't have any vitamins, so eating bears would be actually a bit of a gamble. Drive for a living. Thank you for the 80 months, dude. Cheers for the very, very long resub, dude. Thank you. I had a deer. Was it this way? Yeah, we're going straight towards some deer. Excellent. I don't feel much like risking the crossbow. I think I might just shoot it. Go, 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 go. Just waiting to sometimes if you go just the right distance you can hear it land. It is actually, or it was, I presume it still is, it's possible to kill yourself with a crossbow, but it's very, very, very unlikely. Did you see Wobo's video about the animal hitboxes? Pretty interesting stuff. No, I just aim for the head, dude. No. Like, there used to be a heart hitbox. I thought there was a lungs hitbox, but I'm not sure if there is. But nonetheless, if you're shooting an animal, shoot it in the head. Unless you can't, but if you can, shoot it in the head. I'm sure there's lots of things in Wobo's videos that are good, but I just tried to shoot them in the head. You know, that if you hit them in the head, you get much meat. Oh. One sec, guys. I know I'm starving to death, but daughter's messages matter more, I'm afraid to say. One sec. Right, I can move a message now. Oh, there we go. Hopefully we're near a house on this road. That was the idea. This is not the safest place to be cooking, but there's a few houses along here. We'll just cook in the very first house we get to. Wobo says the stags have a heart, but the females don't. Blimey. I guess they're a bit smaller. Maybe they devs couldn't fit the heart in. I'm not making that joke. I'm not brave enough. What are the chances you get ambushed while cooking? 1 in about 4. 1 in 4 seems low. I think 1 in 4 for this house where we are now is about right. Maybe if I wanted to get dramatic and start talking about me as a streamer and potential for stream sniping, maybe. But I think 1 in 4 is about right. It might be a bit high, if anything. You get less meat depending on how you kill it and where you shoot it. Just to answer your question, Tech. So if you shoot it in the head, you're going to get more meat yield from it. If you shoot it, apparently the stags have a heart, so if you hit it in the heart, likewise you're going to get more meat yield from it. However, if you, I don't know, shoot it in the bum 7 times with a 22, you're going to get next to no meat from it. So you want to kill it with 1 bullet and ideally in the head, in the game, obviously. Hello? Actually... Anyone know a streamer with a well-sorted inventory? Amish said's pretty good at tidying his inventory, Vert. It makes absolutely no difference to me personally, though. It makes no odds whatsoever. The stuff that saves my life is on the hotbar. Everything else I don't need in an emergency. All I'm doing is tidying it up for the guy that kills me, or the girl that kills me. Squirrely, there's some method in why I put things in certain places, but it really depends. Like, for example, like when I'm with the meat, I'm trying, just an example, if I put the meat in this jacket, it won't cool down because there's a bug, where if I put meat here, it will never cool down. It stays. There's a bug with the modded plate, these outer jackets, there's a bug with it. Likewise, I'm trying to put most of the cooked meat in my bag because it has the least increase of heat to my character. You know, if all of this meat goes in my trousers and my jacket, it makes me warmer. So there's often a little bit of method in my madness. Like, I just moved those 308 rounds, but I moved them from, they were split 3 and 2, and I put them in the plaid jacket because, again, likewise, that if I get shot, they're less likely to get ruined there. So I just put them in the place where they're least likely to get ruined. And that's not... There's no Wobo stats for that, but if I get shot upper body, it never seems to damage anything in here. So there's usually a vague amount of method in my madness with what I'm doing. But actually having it tidy, it never seems worth it in any way to me. Surely I can get 2+ symbols now. What did the post do? Please stack my tetra. Can't even see the other 2. I should tidy my inventory, other 1. What the fuck are you doing? There you go, I stacked it. I am getting the second plus symbol, which is good. Fucking hell, was that? That sounded like somebody shooting or something, that. Right. The colour palette seems so different on this map. Like Autumn Chernarus, I mean. It looks so different. There's some other mod with the lighting. I don't know which one it is, but it looks really different than the last time I played it. I can't decide if I like it better or not. It seems a little bit overly saturated, over contrasty somehow. Right, I don't want to put that there. I left it there as an example. That's why that one's still hot and none of the others... That's still red and the others aren't. So it just kind of highlights what I mean. It looks saccalicious. Mmm, saccalicious. I know you didn't say that, but it's just the way it read. Can't believe I've still got these shitty gloves. Holy shite. Right. While you guys on YouTube moan about my inventory tidiness or lack thereof, which is never going to change by intentional design, I'm going to go and put something in the microwave for lunch. For dinner. Sorry, I'll be back in a sec. Yeah, the colour is a bit different, Veritas. Yeah, even here, just on this screen, it just looks... I'm not sure if I like it or not, but it looks overly saturated, doesn't it? It does look a little bit weird. It looks like it's like a thumbnail that's had the contrast turned up too much. Which is what you do for thumbnails, because you want them to be eye-poppingly colourful, but for the game all the time, it's maybe a bit much, you know? It seems a bit high. Anyway, I'll be back in a... It takes 4 minutes to do the dinner, and a bit longer than that to get up from my chair, it seems. So I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes, won't be long. Right, I've just got to snaffle some of this and then I'll get back in the server. If I get back in the server now, I could be regenerating health, which is good, but also
50
I'll
months.
be losing
Wow,
the
wow,
plussing,
yeah.
which is bad.
Very nice. Hope you've had a great run and stream. TRMZ
Nathan,
Live.
thank you very much for the 48 months. I haven't got my headset on right now, so I can't hear it, but thank you very much, very nice. Cheers, it's been an okay run. I unfortunately found a convoy SVD, SV98 and M79 and then got killed by 2 players before I could get away. And I got killed by a hacker on official at the start of the stream. Today's fried meal is firecracker chicken, which is some kind of spicy chicken. Chicken thigh, firecracker chicken thigh with sticky rice, grilled peppers. It's really good. Why is chat moving like there's 50 people in here? Shane, maybe because... maybe because I was AFK, perhaps, and I'm not in the game. Or maybe because I'm botting. I'm probably botting. You should have seen how many bots there was earlier when we had one of those fourth wall things. Well, you said it, not me. Shane does bad. I've been a full-time streamer for 9 years, dude. I've seen people come in trying to suggest I'm botting for a long time. The fact is, I'm not, dude. You can actually get a Google Chrome... you can get a Google Chrome extension to see about how things are going. So if I... One sec. Where's my stream? So... if you look at this, this is my stream. This is my stream. There's 1,331 people watching. There's 1,331 streamception. There's 1,331 people watching. 1,116 people in the chat. If people are botting, it doesn't look like that. Just so you know, it doesn't look like. Just as a heads up, it would say 1,331 there, and then that figure would be like 20 or something. That's when people are botting. They've got nobody in the chat, but loads of people watching, because that's an external bot that causes that. That streamception looks really cool. That could go on forever. Right, I'm nearly done. I won't be long, guys. I've just got to get some of this eaten. I can't eat with the fork while I'm running. It's basically a bit like the universe, that isn't it? It's just ever expanding into the never never.
The acid is kicking in.
You just got an email from the hotel welcoming you. They asked me to keep an eye on you. Okay. I haven't paid yet. I clicked pay on arrival. Oh, I have. I've had an email from Donna at the hotel.
Colon.
We look forward to your upcoming trip. Also, we're thinking about banning Redline because we've seen what a prick he is. Didn't know you followed that many hot tub streams. Yeah. I can't remember the name of the extension, but the Chrome extension, by the way, I've forgotten it. Oh god, this is good. I'm nearly done, guys, but I just can't eat this and yeah. No, I didn't make the music. I haven't got the talent for that. One of the mods, Neuro. He's also the chief. Redline's the assistant chief. He's the chief merchandise manager and also merchandise brand manager. I just made those titles up, but he makes most of the merch, and me and him kind of share the merch site. So yeah, Neuro. He's pretty talented too.
Smile, smile.
Right, that's the dinner away. Star rating for tonight's dinner. I think I'll give it a 4.2 out of 5. The only reason it doesn't get any more, and I like it, I think it's great, but whatever sauce they use is just a little bit close to sweet and sour sauce, which I don't like. It's much better, but it's just got that slight sweet sour kind of vibe to it. It's just heading that way, and sweet and sour is not my favourite. So I'm going to give it... That's quite a low score, because I really like pretty much everything that they do. The chicken thigh ones, the chicken always tastes good, because chicken thigh's got a lot of succulescence. Chicken thigh is right succulent, isn't it? It's got all the succulescence. Do you ever snaffle your food down so fast on stream that you get indigestion? Only that time I ate a banana too quick, Whiskey. That was about a week ago. I don't with that because it's only a relatively small portion, so I know I ate it quick, but it's actually a small portion, like a meal for one. It's only a bit of rice and a handful of chicken, you know. Nod, in the evenings while I'm streaming, if I eat, which is most streams these days, right? I have a ready meal, like a prep meal. So it's like, they're called Thrive. I'm not sponsored, by the way. There's no sponsorship, so I'm not trying to flog you anything. They're the UK version of Factor, if you know what Factor is if you're from America. But if you're from the UK, Thrive, F-R-I-V-E. They taste great. It's more expensive than meal prepping yourself, but it saves me a lot of time, you know. Like this weekend I'm going to have one day off. I ain't got time for doing meal prepping. I'd rather pay someone to do the prep and then send me the meals, you know. Not like my old habit of choking on the sweet corn from back in the day, you know. Well, that's less likely to happen because I used to do that because I was eating and gaming and talking at the same time, whereas at least now I'm just eating and talking rather than eating and gaming and talking. You mean like HelloFresh? No, HelloFresh sends you the stuff to make a meal. So HelloFresh don't send you a ready-made meal. They send you the ingredients to cook something yourself. Thrive is like Factor, which is so they send you a ready meal. Think of like a microwave meal for one, right? Which comes from a supermarket. It's like that, only it's much healthier and it's fresh. So it's not made in an assembly line with a factory, if you like. It's not ultra processed. It's made of real ingredients by a person or people, right? So it's like a Ponzi microwave meal, basically. Apparently HelloFresh does some prepared meals as well. Very good. So it's like the ones they do if they do fresh meals, yeah.
Love you, bye.
Last time I looked at HelloFresh, it was more send you the ingredients and cook it yourself, but they're probably doing more now than they used to. Bearded J, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for that. Thank you for using your Prime on the Twitchosphere. Thank you. Habijocker, thank you as well. Cyberspeed, thank you. Dylan Hunter. The acid is kicking in. Yeah, that was pretty freaky. It looks good when that happens, right? Thank you very much, Dylan. How's that different from a takeaway? It's much cheaper and much healthier, Diker. So that was just some boiled rice, some chicken breast, basically you get a small amount of carbs, a decent amount of protein, and then some fresh veg. And it's not fried. So most takeaways tend to be fried, and most takeaways tend to be relatively fast food, right? It's very different to a takeaway. And I don't think I'd get a takeaway for like £5.50 or £6 or something.
Paul, have you ever had Glengoyne whiskey?
I have, yeah. Glengoyne's good, yeah. I've had a couple of Glengoynes. Yeah, Glengoyne's good. Yeah, that's absolutely true. The calorie count, like when you again, I'm not trying to sell anyone on these Thrive things. No, buy them or don't buy them. I don't give a fuck, right? But when you set it up, you can tell it what you're looking for. So I chose no fish because I don't like fish. I chose gluten free because obviously it gives me the shits. And I chose that. I was one of the reasons why I was going with Thrive is that I was trying to lose weight, right? I was trying to eat healthily. So the meals I get are all meat based. They're all gluten-free, and they're all around about 600 to 620 calories or less. Right? There's absolutely no way most takeaways you get are going to be less than 620 calories. I'd imagine just a Big Mac is like 1,000 calories.
Also, any tips for purchasing or building my first PC? Cheers.
Logan, thank you very much for the super chat. Does the top stop spinning? Top stop spinning. Hmm? The thingy spins only when the alert comes, but it shouldn't spin. Oh, fuck me dead. I wish I'd remembered. Anyway, there we go. Tips for purchasing you. Well, that's in dollars, so PC specialists are no good if you're in America land, given you've tipped in dollars. I won't recommend those. I think make sure before you order any parts, building yourself is an adventure and it's worth doing. If you've got the mindset to do it, it's worth doing. So I wouldn't put you off if you want to do it. If you've got a friend that's done it before, then it's not bad to have them on call. But beyond that, just make sure you're prepared before you do it. You know, make sure you've watched plenty of videos and you've put some effort in advance. Don't just expect it to turn up and then it will be all right. You know, it's not that hard to do. I can eat rice. There's no gluten in rice. Yeah, I just ate rice just now. Yeah, 580 calories in a Big Mac. So yeah, the meal I just had, that's fair then. So I was wrong with my 1,000. I guess you had the fries and the drink on, maybe depending on the drink. But yeah, the meal I just had was the same calories as just the Big Mac. But everyone tends to get fries and a drink of some sort, don't they? I usually go for a thick shake. I haven't had a McDonald's in ages, but I like the thick shakes, even though they aren't great for you. Let's be real, Paul. Last time you build a PC, I wouldn't build my own PC, but that's, again, I'm not trying to, like I just said to the other guy, I'm not trying to tell anyone else what to do. I wouldn't build my own PC. I've never built my own PC. I've done a lot of things. I've changed power supplies, done thermal paste, changed a cooler like a Corsair H100i onto the CPU, and obviously things like graphics cards and whatnot, but I wouldn't build my own PC. It just wouldn't, for me, be worth the time. I saw something the other day. I never knew this, right, on the subject of McDonald's. The dude that made the Super Size Me video, now don't take this as a fact, take it as one of those things you hear on the internet that may or may not be true. The dude that made Super Size Me, I can't remember his name, he died not so long ago. But apparently, all of the findings that were in that were kind of sort of made up. Okay, so something went wrong maybe with the mod update, or they meant to do a mod update. Apparently, like he had problems with his liver function and whatnot, and a lot of the things that made him look unhealthy. But he'd been like borderline alcoholic or an alcoholic for a number of years, so he'd like made it sound like he was bad, but his stuff was his stats weren't great as it were, you know. Every finding is made up. That's not true, Nessigus. Morgan Spurlock, yeah, I forgot his name. Well, that's a name, isn't it? Morgan Spurlock. Sounds like he should be doing some kind of Morgan Spurlock. You'd expect it like running in like a medieval escape room or something. Belief is the enemy of knowing. Oh, you're from Hallmark or something. You should write fortune cookies. What, did he finish streaming? Yeah. Well, yeah, I saw something about it briefly the other day. I can't remember all the facts, so this is, like I say, take or leave anything that's coming out of my mouth right now. As I say, well, I would recommend you do that on everything, but apparently after that Super Size Me came out, a few more science-based types tried to recreate it and didn't get any of the same findings. They had none of the issues with their organs that were in the film. That people tried to do it rigorously for a month and didn't have anything like the same impact, you know. So Zapper, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for that. So I'm guessing the server came up and then went back down because of something or other, or unless I got kicked for some reason. I don't know. We'll find out in a sec. Whoever designed that mixing desk has clearly never seen one. I'm not convinced that is a mixing desk, dude. A mixing desk would have two. I don't think that is a mixing desk. I think it's like an old-fashioned studio. Not everything with turntables is for mixing. Kicked for all those running hacks, yeah. I think it's old is the point, dude. I think that's like you can see on that thing on the desk. It's got a turntable and a record player. Sorry, a turntable and a tape deck, right? So it's not meant to be now. It's meant to be, I'm guessing, 80s. So it's probably taken from. I seriously doubt Neuro designed that from scratch. I'm hoping I might be underselling him here a bit, but I suspect that's probably artwork that you can find that's just from yesteryear. TRMZ, tell us something unexpected and dark. I don't know what to tell you there. Auto reverse was a game changer. Unexpected and dark. Fuck me dead. Well, yeah. I guess unexpected and dark is a bit of a description of the last episode, Funk, or the ending, let's say. Maybe not so unexpected, but yeah, I have seen The Sopranos. I think it's amazing. I might pick it as my favourite show ever as well. Yeah, it's very, very good. So this is Ratnoy. We don't really need to loot Ratnoy. I can't be fooked, but I'm going up this way because there's good hunting loot this way. I've got the Tundra, but I've only got a handful of bullets, so I'm going to go this way, try and get me some more bullets. Something dark. No DayZ 2 until 2030. You'll be lucky. I should be paying a... Oh. No, I can't see it from here, can I? Can I see it from here? Yeah, I can. That's where the convoy would be if there was one. There isn't. There isn't a convoy. Have I seen Twin Peaks? No, I'm too young for Twin Peaks, dude. When Twin Peaks was having its heyday, I was too young. I've never gone back and watched it. I ought to, though. I ought to. But no, I never really seen it. There's so many shows to watch, and so little time to watch them. But yeah, I'd never seen it. We have any Trekkies in here, Paul? I quite like Space Trek. Yeah, Next Generation was my Space Trek. I like Picard and Co. I used to watch Space Trek when it was on the BBC back in the day. Obviously, it didn't come from them, but they used to show it on the BBC. Yeah, I used to like that. When I was a bit younger, I did watch the one with Kirk and Spock and whatnot, but it was very old even then. Space Trek, yeah, it's got like Picard and Kirk and Janeway and stuff, you know. And that guy Scott Bakula from Quantum Leap was in one too. Space Trek, everyone knows Space Trek. Our continuing mission to boldly go. Yeah, that Scott Bakula for Quantum Leap, he was in one. And then there was that really boring one at the data center. There was the really boring Space Trek at Deep Space Data Center or something it was called. I'm a Space Trekist. I know all about it. Yeah, that's what I said, Diablo. Space Trek Data Center. Dun 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 dun. Here comes Picard. Dun 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 dun. It's a good show. I love your way of winding up Trek fans. I don't just do it to Trek fans. Just to be clear, if you like Star Trek, I don't just do it to Star Trek fans. I call Star Wars Space Wars. I intentionally say DC and Marvel for the wrong ones. It's never not funny. I'm sorry. Because at any given moment there's someone trying to tell me the right thing while most people know I'm doing it on purpose. It's just beautiful. It's lovely. Everybody loves it. Honest. At least I do. Whoa. Oh, come on, love. Get some self-respect. Lift that head up. You can spot their asses, can't you? Oh, there she is. Beautiful. Yeah, it's all water under the fridge, like you say. Yeah, I like that as well. Water under the fridge. Mum had to get a new fridge freezer because she was getting water under the fridge as well. Recently. Right, I think if we go this way a little bit, we might find ourselves a nice house for cooking. I call soccer kickball to rouse some people up. That doesn't work, Nissick. It doesn't work with me. I'm quite good with that. Lots of people like to try and call it soccer even, just to try and get a rise out of UK folks. And it does work as well, but it doesn't work with me. I'm covered on that one, you know, I'm covered. I actually try. I try to be fairly good at stuff, you know. Like if I'm talking about a car, I'll often say something like trunk, even though we don't use the word trunk. We say boot, you know. But I try to be quite like world language. Well, when I say world language, I try to talk a bit America-like every now and then, you know. Why am I on yellow health? I was starving for ages, dude. Yet you refuse to use kilos or meters because that makes no sense. They don't use kilometers in America land either. Nod, yeah, everyone, well, not everyone, but a lot of people reply like that. The thing is, dude, if you get an American call it soccer to you, they're waiting for you to do that. And if you fall into their trap, you're basically like a fly intentionally flying into a cobweb, you know, like, I'll show you, spider. Oh, wait. You know, like, you're getting it wrong, you know, like, if you start with the whole, oh, they call rugby American football, it should be called handball. You're just playing into their game. Don't play into their game. Don't do it. Don't play into the game. You have to rise above.
Love you, brah. Hope you have a good run.
Leave us Americans alone. I'm on American side here. I like I say, I'll often say things like trunk. I try to talk the lingo. Don't you worry. Well, you have to draw the line somewhere, Taco Man. That's just ridiculous. In America, we use hot dogs as a measurement. That's a good idea. B, thank you for the super chat. I did try to, I asked if somebody was Morgan earlier, and he said he was, but he didn't sound very believable. B, thank you very much for the super chat. Cheers for the support. General Mo, thank you for the follow. Crunchboxer, Sapper, thank you. At least football is enjoyable to watch. Thing with that, Blackcraft, is that for me, I don't know whether you mean American football, which I think you do, or whether you mean English football, or the world's football, which I think you don't. But the reality is, I still don't know which one you mean. But I quite like America ball. I genuinely do. I've been on Sunday nights. I've been catching a little bit of the games here and there. Even when, most of the last 10 years, I've just been watching the Super Bowl and that's it. But I've been actually watching little bits of games lately. You know, I do quite like it. Oh shit. Sorry guys, one sec. America Ball would be a good name for it, I think. Especially if you got like the Team America sort of America Ball. Fuck yeah. I think it works. Where are the other players?
Morgan.
I think their mums must have called them in for their tea. It's a line from a Pulp song. Otherwise I'd have said dinner, obviously. Steve, thank you very much for the 32 months. Steve the Sleeve, thank you for the 32 months. Mark. You hit like a rad roach, I saw it, but it got held for words that can be taken badly. That's why we're so divided. Our sport divides us. Cush life. Everything can be a little bit too... what's the right word I'm looking for? Divisive. People can be... what's the right... Tribal is the word I'm looking for. People do get far too tribal, but I think mostly it's bullshit, though. There's a convoy here, which is good. I'm going to check it in a minute. People can get really tribal. Like I saw someone earlier say, rah, football's boring or whatever, but it's just like your opinion, man. You know, like, that's okay. Nobody likes to have to like whatever, you know. It may well be, as in soccer, whatever, it may well be the most popular sport on the planet, spectator sport, but that doesn't mean that everyone has to like it. Just the same as, I don't know, whoever sells the most amount of records or gets the most people watching them, stand-up comedian. It doesn't mean that everybody has to like them. That's fine, isn't it? But yeah, I think a lot of people do get far too tribal, but a lot of it is just fan nonsense, isn't it? Like, oh, did you see how Liverpool got so lucky the other day that they should have had someone sent off? Or whatever. I had a conversation with another YouTuber about exactly that topic on Twitter the other day, but fans are like that, aren't they? Fans see things through their own eyes. Even in the same game, people get tribal for their team against the others. It's just kind of part of it. It can be utterly moronic, though. There's absolutely no doubt about it, but I think that one's not the convoy. I think these are. I bet there won't be an SVD and an SV98 and an M79 at this one. We've got a nice baklava though, so that's good. Yeah, it was the game. Who did they play? They won and they were really lucky. I can't remember the game. Liverpool were really lucky, but the dude on Twitter had shared a picture of a tackle that probably should have been a red card, probably, based on the photo. But in the first half, there was an exact same thing happened on McAllister, who plays for Liverpool, and there was no photo of that, obviously, you know, like but that's how these things work, you know, like Liverpool was so lucky they should have had a player sent off, but in the first half, the exact same thing happened to them, and they didn't get a player sent off. Newcastle, it was Newcastle, yeah, lucky win. Most Liverpool's wins this season have been lucky. Cubans are tribal. I think it does to some extent they are, but I don't think we need to be. I do find it frustrating a little bit. Even some of the people I follow on Insta, like I'm following a few of the really sensible health guys, but still a lot of their content, a lot of their persona almost is criticizing other people. You know, like. I don't really... I think it's better to say what you've got to say than to constantly say it by sharing someone that disagrees with you and then proving why they're wrong, you know? It just gets utterly boring, you know? Like, I know I'm kind of talking about it in a general sense right now, but so much is like, God almighty, have you seen your take, you utter moron? And what I normally agree with what they're saying, but... I don't know. Like, if your whole thing is to just make videos disagreeing with somebody else the whole time, like... Is this Chernarus? Yarp. This is late autumn, early winter Chernarus, so it's modded to be colder. So I've come this way on purpose. I'm going to quickly check a couple of hunting spawns, and then we're going to go down there, maybe cook the food in the house where we might get a better scope. Beef does sell, yeah. I know that's like it's definitely the case that if you're standing for something, you're going to get a load of people passionately following you that stand for that, whatever it is, you know. Like even if you're just making videos about whatever watches, you could make the I Hate Rolex fucking Instagram account. You'd probably do very, very well. There probably already is some, I don't know, but just as an example, picking a stupid topic rather than anything serious, you could make one about how Rolex watches are awful and people that buy them are morons and flexing twats or whatever, and you'd get a really popular channel if you were funny, no doubt, because lots of people like to play into that, especially since they cost a lot of money, so lots of people like to believe it anyway, irrespective, you know. I am High Roller. I'm not going to tell you what server I'm on exactly. I'd appreciate it if you don't try to guess what server I'm playing on, even if you think it's obvious. Yeah, you can eat wolf steak or bear steak with vitamins, dude. Not just on the mouse, but on any map, yeah. Bro is criticising people who is criticising others. What a hypocrite. Not really, dude. It's not the same thing, is it? Talking in general about a topic and what happens is very different than taking one person's view and then sharing that video whilst appearing underneath that video saying how utterly wrong they are. You can see the difference, right? Talking in general about how that is a really common thing is not the same as physically taking someone's one example and then going, this is everything that's wrong with the world. Why? Blah, 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 blah. It's very different, dude. Very, very different. One is very, very tribal and one is just having a much broader opinion, right? OJ, like what you like doesn't bother me. Hello, you're right, dude. Thank you very much for the support. I agree. Yeah. Do you ever play Intense? I don't. I did try it, Mum Ramen. It's okay, but it's not my favourite medical system in the world. So, I really respect that sort of type of server, but the medical side of it just kind of puts me off personally, you know. There's a big difference between shooting the shit in a stream, talking about general topics, right, than having a channel where all you do is wait for something you disagree with to appear on your feed and then make a video offering the opposite point of view, making some kind of fake beef on the internet for clicks. You know, there's a huge difference, right? There is a completely different... My content on this channel is not strictly about disagreeing with individuals and I grow my clicks based on that. It isn't, is it? That's not the same thing. Now, it doesn't mean what I like is better necessarily, or what I do is better, but so much of everybody's Instagram or Tickle Tockle or whatever is literally, I'm just going to find someone to disagree with and then shout about it, and enough people will agree with me so they'll watch. How do I think I'd do in a real zombie apocalypse? I'd do absolutely amazing. I'd be fucking well away. I'd get straight to the hospital, get all of the morphines and the cans of tuna out of the nurses' dresses. They used to spawn there, they don't anymore, but let me say it anyway. And then I'd be off having some kind of morphine and tuna final session. It'd be lovely. Yeah, they do shotgunning. Obviously, it works. Oh, this is nice. It's a nice barrel, is that, do you? Should charge you for that barrel. No one should be afraid of criticism. Who said they were? Oh, it's just so... Tyrants rise while people are silent. Dude, what a load of old shit. Like disagreeing about how to do a chest press in a video, or disagreeing about... it's not solving fucking... It's not curing cancer, you know? Like, it's just titivating the stupid while the rest burns, you know. Like, it's all fluff. It's nonsense. It doesn't solve anything. Like, it doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. You go and have at it, you know. But pretending like it's some kind of really important thing, that's what a load of old shit. Which benefits you more, watching on YouTube or Twitch? Either is fine, Jills and Bills. Wherever you are, I'm very grateful. Whichever you prefer, I'm great with that. Can you get to dark blue on winter Chernarus? Yeah. This isn't the coldest though, so if you've got half decent clothes, you seem to be light blue. You don't seem to be white temperature very much though. Have you ever played in Clash? Yeah, I have quite a lot, yeah. Clash is a decent server. B-worm, well, I don't know. I guess, like, whilst we're all talking freely and avoiding tyranny, understanding what you're joining in as a conversation is probably important before you join in, I suppose, as well, isn't it? But yeah, we've been talking about polarization and all sorts for quite a while, yeah. Right. How are we doing? We are doing okay. I need some more 308. That's what I need more than anything else. I much prefer the shotgun, the double barrel, over the other one, hence I switched. We're doing okay though. This food is pretty useful. I thought that said candy for a minute. It's interesting. Raccoon City, thank you for the 33 months. What's cooking? Mid looking. What's
Still
cooking
wet,
is
like this.
venison. Venison, la dee da. Do 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 do. Yeah, Clash servers are okay. I played Clash a bit. I played Rust, not Rust. What's the other one? Dusk. Clash and Dusk. They're slightly different, but both vanilla servers. I played them both. Yeah, they were right. I need some more pistols. Yeah, I think you're right. We should probably get rid of this one, to be fair. I probably couldn't really... I don't really need that one either, but anyway. I don't really need any of them, but anyway, shut up. Shut up, alright? We having any more night vision fun? Yeah, I'd quite like another one of those scopes. That was cool, wasn't it? Didn't last long enough, really, but there we are. Such a shame we didn't get more out of that convoy than the crap that we got. Cheers, Mika. Thank you for coming in. Cheers for tuning in. Thank you for chatting. Alright, let's have a swig of my tea. MJ or LeBron? I've never really seen an entire basketball game all the way through. But I think my opinion, this is my opinion on MJ versus LeBron. However, quantify it by the fact that I've never seen either of them play for their clubs in any game ever. I've probably seen them both at the Olympics briefly here and there. But the answer's clearly MJ.
That recent sniper terrorizing video where you knocked up 15 plus kills was class.
The answer is clearly MJ. If you're a Lakers fan, I'm sure you disagree. And the fact that I said Lakers means that I think that's pretty impressive, right? If I said
love
to
all your content, Paul. Keep it coming. TRMZ left. TRMZ
I don't know.
left.
If I said trying to think of an equivalent. What English club? Oh, that's not a great one. What English club was Alan Shearer most famous for? There ain't no way most Americans would know that. Now, I know Michael Jordan's much more famous than Alan Shearer, but nonetheless, sporting terms, like, I think the fact that I even know that, and I'm comparing Michael Jordan, it's LeBron that plays for the Lakers, but nonetheless, the fact that I know that is pretty good for me because I don't watch basketball. I did, not the last Olympics, but the one before. I didn't catch it this time, but the basketball that's it's just on one net, 3 versus 3. I watched some of that in the Olympics before. It was really good. I really liked that 3v3. That was good stuff. I quite liked that. Shearer or Rooney? In terms of ability, I really want to say Rooney. I think Rooney, on his best day, was a better player than Alan Shearer. I think there's no denying it. On Rooney's best day, he was truly great. But I have a hard time with the fact that Shearer got a golden boot in a tournament, and Shearer for England did more important stuff, you know. Wayne Rooney, more because of bad luck, but when it mattered for England, he was missing. He had a metatarsal, or he was coming in injured and scored 2 goals in the whole tournament. He was clearly a better, more talented player than Alan Shearer, but Alan Shearer seems more important to me because he actually did it in the tournaments. So on that basis, skill-wise Rooney, but in terms of England legend status, Alan Shearer for me. Right, I'm pleased with that. I've got some blaze rounds, or tundra rounds. Oh, I still need a scope. I'm not done. I thought I was done. I need a scope as well, don't I? We're not done. Shit. So we're saying Kane trumps the both. When he's retired, I might feel that way. Yeah, I think Harry Kane gets a lot of bad press, but just look at the numbers. Look at the fucking numbers. You can't argue with it. Like, people absolutely toss themselves silly about Lewandowski, right? And rightly so. But look at Harry Kane's numbers. But because he's English and because we have never won anything with him as the captain, with him as the focal point, and especially because in the last tournament he was injured for a lot of it, I think it's partly in our ethos, but we just love to hate rather than love to admire. Maradona or Pele? I can only really say Maradona there, Eddie, because I saw Maradona. I didn't see him live, obviously, but I saw Maradona This is going to sound strange, but I saw the hand of God on the telly as it happened. Even though I was born in 1987 as a 38-year-old man, I saw the Maradona game in 1986, which doesn't make sense, but I did. I saw Maradona then. I saw him in 1990. I saw him. Maradona is the best player that's ever played the game for me personally, but Pele was before my time since I was born in 1987. And so I can't ever pick Pele for these things because I can only really pick from what I've seen in my own eyes. Maradona, again, it's a tricky thing because Maradona's career was not as good as Messi's career or Ronaldo's career, but at his best, Ronaldo is the best. His best season, playing in the 1990 World Cup, the 1986 World Cup, playing for Napoli, his best season is the best player that's ever been. Messi or Ronaldo? I go Messi. PvP, sour or smoke? Oh, fuck off. Both. How do you think Alan Shearer would have settled in Europe? I don't know. I think he was a quality player. I think football was different back then in general than it is now. You don't get so many Alan Shearers these days, do you? D-Gamer, thank you very much for the support. Crypto Chat, thank you very much as well. Got a Wet Sack, Raccoon, thank you very much too. Cheers, peeps. Cheesy What's or Hula Hoops? Hula Hoops all day long. I really like the giant spicy Whatsits though. If I'm allowed to have the giant spicy Whatsits, I might pick them. They are fucking delicious. However, they do have gluten, so I don't normally buy them. Bum or boobs? Most ladies have both, Crypto. Scholes, Lampard or Gerrard? Sorry, I'm going to go Gerrard. Man U fans will definitely go Gerrard. Definitely go Scholes. I'm going Gerrard of those three. I'm a Liverpool fan though, so biased, I guess. Beer or liquor? I'd go whiskey over everything. Scorpion or rack? Scorpion. How many deaths so far? 2, but the first one was unofficial to a cheat. Hip or hop? I said hip, hop. The hip to the hibbity. You don't stop? I don't know, dude. Pele or Messi? Sabbath, same thing. I can't pick Pele. I never really saw him play. I've never even gone to YouTube and bothered looking at the highlights. I know he's an amazing player, but he's just before my time. Oh, bollocks. Pirlo or Modric? They're really tough. Both very good. I think I'd go Pirlo, but I'd happily have peak either of those in Liverpool's team. Freshborn's best shot, George or John? I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know. Honestly, don't know. I think George Harrison did some good solo work. Is nostalgia as good as it used to be? I think it gets better with age. Spurs or Arsenal? Better team, Arsenal. The one I like more, Spurs. it's easier to like the underdog, right? It's just easier to like him. You seen rumours that Klopp is linked with the United job? He will not take the United job. Just no way. I could see him taking another job in management, but he isn't going to take the United job. I'd be absolutely fucking staggered if he did. St George's Cross or Union Jack in your garden? I'd probably go St George's Cross for two reasons. One, when England are on the telly, at least I could be like using it for that. And two, if I use the Union Jack, there's a 50-50 chance I'd get it the wrong way round because I always forget. Snicker versus Twix. I have to go Snickers, WRC. Twix has got gluten in. Snickers are gluten free, and I do prefer Snickers as well. So I gotta go Snickers. Klopp has never managed a big club. Klopp would be taking a step down to the United job from taking the Liverpool job. Ali or Tyson? I'm sorry, they're not in the same league. Mike Tyson is a legend, and I hope he does fine in this Floyd Mayweather thing. Be interesting to see if he tries harder against Floyd Mayweather than he did against whichever Paul brother he didn't really try against, maybe. But Ali, that's one where you just know Ali's so much better, right? And there's no way he's not. So even though with Pele I've been ducking it and saying I can't, but Muhammad Ali for boxing, he's maybe because he's such a superstar, he was such a charismatic person, that you kind of know more about what he did. You know more about a bit about the losses and coming back and the rope-a-dope and Rumble in the Jungle and all of that, and like some of the people he beat and stuff. Maybe with the films perhaps helps as well. But yeah, I think Muhammad Ali. The Tyson lost his way after prison, right? Post-prison Tyson, he wasn't the same hungry fighter. He lost and he carried on so long after Gus D'Amato, right? After Gus D'Amato died or was no longer around, I forget. I think he died, didn't he? But he wasn't the same, and he had too many years effectively being a journeyman, getting beaten by people that he would absolutely have mullered like years before, and like that doesn't stop him being at his prime, one of the absolute greats, but he had too much of a dodgy second half, you know. Buzz or Woody? I don't really like Buzz. I think Buzz Lightyear's kind of annoying. Woody's quite annoying too, but I'd have to go for Woody of the two, I think. I think they're both quite annoying characters, to be honest. Tom or Jerry? Jerry. I always pick Jerry as a kid. I haven't seen it as an adult. I feel like as an adult I probably like Tom more, but as a kid I like Jerry. It's weird though. I like Jerry. I think because he was just like winding him up the whole time. But I always rooted for Wile E. Coyote.
Keep running.
Like I always wanted Wile E. Coyote to get Roadrunner. Or I always wanted Dick Dastardly to catch the pigeon. He never did he? But I always wanted. Normally I rooted for the bad guys, but with Tom and Jerry, I guess Jerry kind of was the bad guy. So maybe that's why I rooted for him, because he kind of was the bad guy in a way. Scrubs, dude, thank you very much for the 12 months. We do want those scrubs. Sorry, I said I don't want no scrubs the other day, I'm sure, or today. Scrubs, thank you very much. Helter Skelter, thank you as well. DeGamer, thank you again. Right, must pay attention. GPS. The goodies or the young ones? I'd have to go with the young ones because I never really saw the goodies. It really was before my time. The young ones was before my time as well, but
Did I do this right? Lol.
Because of
Love your
bottom,
content, man.
I would have
Keep it
seen a
up.
lot of the young ones after. The bottom was kind of my time, so I prefer that. But because of bottom, I saw a lot of the young ones. Eddie or Vivian? Eddie. Aid Edmondson is in After Earth, isn't he? He's in the first episode of After Earth anyway. He's like the secretary underling to one of the bigwigs. I'm pretty sure that was Aid Edmondson, isn't it? Johnny the Bonnie, was it fuck? You've lost me there. Hale and Pace. I quite like the slightly chubbier one. I want to say that was Hale, but I can't remember which one was Hale or Pace. Aid Edmondson is a lot of Alien on Earth. Interesting. Yeah, that's cool. I've only seen episode 1 and he's only in it for a short while, and I think I basically went, is that him? I think it is, and then it finished. Dick or Dom? I don't know. I don't know. Dick or Dom in the bungalow. I vaguely remember it. I don't like either of them. I think Dick or Dom is like neither. Thanks. Cannon or ball? Cannon. Which was the one that was in that show, the comedy show on BBC that's been fairly recent? He played the dad. That one. I think it was Bobby Ball. No, Bobby Ball was the straight one. Cannon. I don't know which one was which. I can't remember. The shorter one with the black frizzy hair. Trevor or Simon? Simon. Only Fools or Faulty Towers? Only Fools by an absolute fucking mile. Fight or flight? That depends. Ball, yeah, that one. The PC version seems to give more inventory space than the console version. It doesn't. I'm getting more inventory space here because I've got modded jackets in, so this particular server, maybe it does. I haven't finished looting there, have I? Monty Python or the Fast Show? I have to say the Fast Show because I never really watched most of Monty Python. Excuse me, I've seen the films, but the show was way before my time. Never really got into it. UK office or US office?
Evening call.
I've never seen the US office. I've seen most of the UK office. But on that basis alone, I'm going to say that the US office is likely better because I really don't like the UK office. It's one of the things that Ricky Gervais did that I actually don't like. So I think the US office will be better. I just haven't got around to watching it. M16 or M4? M4. Jamie, thank you very much for the support. Good evening. Some other dude, thank you for the bits. Did I do this right? Love your content. 1052, thank you. Ant Hill Mob or Boris Badenov? I can't remember who Boris Badenov was, but Ant Hill Mob. Peter Sellers or Steve Martin as Pink Panther? Peter Sellers. He was before my time, but even still, Steve Martin wasn't any good in the Pink Panther. I quite like Steve Martin, but not from that. Whiskey or gold tea? Whiskey. Santa Claus or Easter Bunny? Easter can fuck off.
Oops, I forgot.
Easter is dog shit. the commercial side of it, obviously. Let's not. I don't. The actual other side of it, fair enough, right? But the actual commercialization of it, dog shit. I much prefer Santa Claus. The Easter Bunny can do one. Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad? Breaking Bad. I like Game of Thrones a lot though, but Breaking Bad, definitely. Fork in the left hand or right hand? I'm British. We do it the right way, which is the left. Jesus or Mo Salah? Not answering that one. We don't do religion, thank you. I got too close to it with the Easter, but I was more covering my ass than anything else. Sakala Chernarus. Jurgen Klinsmann or Dietmar Hamann? Jurgen Klinsmann. Dietmar Hamann's a legend for a Liverpool fan, but Jurgen Klinsmann. That celebration when he was playing for Spurs is worth it. Alone. You don't need shotgun shells. Yeah, I know. Blondes or brunettes? I think it's important to judge people by how they are, what they say, how they behave. I think it's much more important to judge people based on who they are as a person. But just speaking generically about all humans, I'd say brunettes. Am I more of a Ricky Gervais person? I think he's all right. I don't particularly enjoy his stand-up. I don't think it's bad. It's just not my cup of tea. I think some of his TV shows are outstanding, and some of the later ones are much better than some of the earlier ones, maybe. Well, basically, I didn't like The Office and the first, most of Extras, but most of everything else has been pretty good. Politically correct. Well, I just had to skirt around it until I could answer, Daniel. But yeah, brunettes would be the answer for me. No, redheads all day. All of my exes are redheads. Well, you'd think you might be learning, Aldi, but seems not. Oh, do I want that? Yeah, I think I do.
Nathan Valentine donated $13.44. Hey dude, I used to watch you years ago and randomly came across you on Twitch years later. So nice to see you keeping the DayZ content going and for years to come. Much love from Ireland and hope you have a lovely...
That definitely couldn't be misconstrued in any way, shape or form, could it? Let's not go down that route. Nathan, thank you very much for the support. That's a name that sounds like it belongs in a TV show, doesn't it? Nathan Ballantyne. It's a bit like Duncan Bannatyne, but it sounds like like Dr. Drake Ramore meets Nathan Ballantyne. It's got that ring to it. That sounds good. Nathan, thank you very much for the support. Brian, thank you for the membership. Lolly Chop Lady, thank you very much too. Guitar or French horn? Guitar. The blonde or brunette thing, it's like, yeah, whichever one says yes. Whichever one says yes to a second date. I've not had a first date, by the way, but anyway, you get the point. I'm pleased about the SKS. A little bit disappointed about the scope though. I need to get me a bigger scope. What's the coolest looking number? 21. Cool day, 4-day work week. Friday off or Monday off? Friday. Better night in the pub on a Friday. And then you've got time to prepare for it. Tanks or planes? Planes. I have no use for tanks. Planes help me to go places, whereas tanks, hopefully I won't have much requirement of them. Do you enjoy answering these questions? Better than that one. Left or right hand? Not right hand really, I've got no rhythm with my left. Headache or stomachache? Headache. Codex, speaking of coming across the RunningManZ, I'm in love with your new Instagram. You've seen the legs, have you? I've not been great at posting on it the last few days, but the last week, but I will get back on it. I really haven't had any time, and I haven't had any stuff to post, really. Who won Sunday? Ipswich and Norwich. Tractor. Short grain or long grain? Long. Should I start streaming my adventures? Well, you won't know until you try, will you? I had not an email, I had a Discord message from somebody the other day. I won't say the name or go into full details, but it started with, I really would like to start making YouTube videos. And then there was a load more. And at the end they asked me for some advice, and I could just cut the first line, which was I'd really like to start videos. And just sort of replied with that, you know, your answer's in the first line, you know. You'd really like to start, go on then, pretty much. I gave a bit more than that, but if you're thinking about streaming, why aren't you? You know, do it. It's easy to do. You can set it up in 2 hours. Audiobook narrated by Amish Zed or Benfruit. Paddy, I ain't answering questions about DayZ colleagues or work-related acquaintances, or in some cases friends, which I'm thinking Benfruit might be one day. I've not met him yet. Sorry, it wouldn't be a stream unless I didn't throw Ish under the bus, right? It's a shame Ish isn't going to TwitchCon. English cuisine or Italian cuisine? Come on, Camilla. I like where I'm from, but I'm not. Italian cuisine is my favourite anyway. But English cuisine is similar to one or two other countries in the world, where all we've done is just rob it from someone else and pretend like it's ours. And I'm not naming any names there, so let's not get dramatic, okay? But English cuisine is basically everybody else's. Italian cuisine is amazing. There's no choice. Left or right ball? I'm going to go for right. My left is a little bit lower, and every time I've ever took a football, it's always the left one that hurts more. If I get caught in the knackers, the left one seems to hurt more than the right. What's the best English dish? I don't know. Probably a Sunday roast is what I look forward to the most. Like a proper Sunday roast is my favourite, I'd say. What happens if you eat a Sunday roast on a Saturday? Then you've had a Sunday roast on a Saturday.
Some very important questions here. What are you wearing? What side do you sleep on? What's your favorite foot? How hot do you like your tea? Where's your spare key? When's your flight to New Zealand?
Where's my spare key? I don't have a spare key. My spare key is at my mum's house. What are you wearing? Lingerie. What side do you sleep on? Left. But then I normally wake up on my back. What's your favourite foot? Right. How hot do you like your tea? So hot it burns my Gulliver. When's your flight to New Zealand? When I finally land in Australia and then go to New Zealand afterwards one day. Have you ever considered doing a podcast yourself? I like the idea, but I don't have the time or the ideas or the talent. Zombie apocalypse or alien invasion? I think you have to say alien invasion. At least it'd be like, holy fuck, they do exist. You know, like, at least you'd know, you know, like, I don't really care if there are zombies or not. I think it would be a bit crap. It's just people, isn't it? Where alien invasion, at least you get something like Independence Day happening, you know? Night in or night out? What's night out, hobbits? I think I'd probably say night in now. Night out is alright, but I'm going to say night in for now. Will you wear wigs? Ah, if you know, I have a full head of hair. I don't envisage any time soon needing a wig. I have very, very thick hair. YouTube stream, thumbs up or thumbs down? I don't give a shit. If you do one or the other, I'm very, very grateful. Thank you. Have you ever had Polish pierogi? Don't really know what it is. I don't know if you saw, but I think we have a plan for the DayZ get-together. Is it buy TRMZ's drinks for him all night? That would be a good plan. Going to the cinema or watch at home? Cinema. With the caveat that I'm allowed to ask anyone to leave that's being a prick. Isak or Ekateke? So far, Ekateke. By the end of the season, Isak. We're also invited to a beach party. Ooh. I'm not bringing my Speedos. Old DayZ Combat or current? Current. Old DayZ Combat is looked at with rose-tinted Spectre goggles, but it was buggy as shit. Cheeseburger or pizza? Where am I getting it from? If I'm getting it from Italy, I'm going to go... If I can have a proper pizza from Italy, I'm going to go pizza over anything. But if I'm buying it in the UK, I'm going to go burger. Turkey Club or Reuben? Reuben? Well, no, neither would be my first pick. We don't really do Reubens over here very much, but I have had one. Hublot or Bremont? Fuck me. Would you rather be strangled or would you rather be shot in the face? I think I might go Hublot. Hublot, I should say. I think I might go Hublot over Bremont. I can't say it. I want to say Bremont because they're English, but I just can't. I find them so uninspiring. At least some of the Big Bang ones, and some of the ceramic ones are kind of cool. You know, like I can't think. Maybe other than the Martin Baker, I can't think of a single Bremont I actually think is cool in any way, shape, or form. BLT or club? Club. They just feel special. If you're having a club sandwich as a Brit, chances are you're on holiday somewhere and it's fucking amazing. Cheers, B Commando, dude. Take it easy, man. Gorka or Dolnik? I like Dolnik better. Gorka's much more fun, though, so I'm going to say... Dolnik's one of my favourite towns, actually, but Gorka is much more fun to be in because things actually happen there. So, Gorka. Swim a mile or run 5 miles? Jog 5 miles. Yellow or green? Green. Oasis or the Beatles? I can't say Oasis over the Beatles, even though I probably have listened to way more Oasis in my life. I have to say the Beatles. Peyton Manning or Tom Brady? There's only one GOAT, and it's not Manning. Indian or Chinese? Both, but yeah, Chinese. I like Chinese, please. I do like a curry, but spending 9 days having curry for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That'll make you enjoy a Chinese more. Stephen King or M. Night Shyamalan? Stephen King. Stephen King by a mile. I like some of M. Night Shyamalan's films, but Stephen King. Euros or World Cup? World Cup. A weekend insurance seminar or a dinner with Redline? I've always wanted to learn more about insurance. I'd probably like meet some real go-getters as well. Thierry Henry or Gerrard? As a Liverpool fan, I'm going to say Gerrard. In terms of just raw talent, Thierry Henry, but they're not. It's like comparing squares to circles. They're not really the same sort of player, are they? Old Twitter or new X? Oh, fuck me. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to say old. I know that someone's going to be start having a fucking fit, but the new name's fucking stupid. Just for the name alone, I still send tweets. I write a tweet. I send tweets on Twitter. Gatorade or Powerade? Lucasade. Evo or Impreza? Evo. At the time, I did prefer the Impreza, but now Evo. Einstein or Hawking? Yeah, it's Hawking, not Hawkins. Barry Hawkins is a snooker player. Einstein. Cola or Fanta? Interesting backstory. Coca-Cola. GIF or GIF? GIF. Streams or rivers? They're both the same. Plate carrier or defender vest? Plate. Margot Ledbetter or Barbara Good? Spend an evening with Margot Ledbetter. Spend your life with Barbara Good. Verstappen or Hamilton? Hamilton for now. Give it 3 or 4 years. Even I might say Verstappen. Streams are smaller than rivers, yeah, but they normally lead to rivers, right? So it's a bit like saying capillaries or veins, or capillaries or arteries. They're all kind of joined, aren't they? Like roads. Digestible rich tea, died. Red Dwarf or Royal Family? Ooh, that's a good one. I'm going to have to say Royal Family. I think mainly because it feels almost sad because of Caroline Aherne in a way, but I think I'll say Royal Family. Did like the early Red Dwarf a lot though. Emily Blunt or Jessica Rabbit? I'll go with the real person, who is also fitter in every way, and she's real. Trout or salmon? I think trout are prettier. I'll say trout. I'd rather eat a salmon though. Michael Jackson or Prince? Prince. Bison or Scorpion? Scorpion. Just because you can actually find it and use it and get mags more easily.
Slash.
Phil Mitchell or Peggy Mitchell? Phil. Phil Mitchell. It has to be Phil Mitchell. He spent the last 20 years looking like he's about to keel over. Like he's doing great. I'm sure he's a lovely man in real life. Steve something his name is, isn't it? But he's so red-faced. He looks like he's about to pop the whole time, and he's still jogging on. You know, Phil Mitchell. Discord or TeamSpeak? TeamSpeak. Long or fat wiener? Just one or the other, please. One or the other. Long or fat wiener? Yes, yes, please. Paul or Dave? Paul. Potato or potato? It's not even a fucking question. Even you know you already know the answer to that. Solo or team? What are we talking? Are we talking sexy time or? I prefer team sexy time to solo sexy time. But if we're talking DayZ, I think if I had to pick one, I'd go solo. Ipswich or Norwich? Ipswich. I'm from Suffolk, dude. Well, I live in Suffolk for a long time. Was that Paul begging for a long fat wiener? No, it was me begging to be in possession of my own as being one or the other. Sauer or Muller? I'm not answering questions about shit like that, obviously. Nice. We're actually going to get some PvPs. By the way, if I die, it's over. Ryu or Ken? Ryu. Ryu for sure. Carp or Tench? Tench. Batman or Robin? Robin was just annoying. Who would you rather team kill you? Ish or anyone else? Well, it might as well be Ish. He's the most used to dealing with the after effects, you know. 50k a day or 20 million up front? 20 million up front. You could make 50k a day with 20 million up front, couldn't you? Easy. Well, you could, well, maybe not 20 million a day, but you can certainly, I'd take the 20 mil, please. Maybe not 50k a day, but I think I'll just take the 20 mil and not have to worry now. That'll be fine. Alien 1 or 2? 1. Well, Alien. Michelangelo or Raphael? I like the one with the nunchucks the best. That was Michelangelo. Twitch or YouTube for streaming? I have to say Twitch. I know I know that's a stupid thing to say. I get more audience on YouTube, but I wouldn't be a full-time creator without streaming on Twitch, so I have to say Twitch. PC Specialist or PC World? PC Specialist. Although you can buy PC Specialist PCs at PC World, just so you know. Disney or Pixar? Disney. They're the same. Stallone or Schwarzenegger? Stallone's the better actor, but I'm going to pick Schwarzenegger. John Wick or James Bond? There's no competition. John Wick's a fucking ballerina. James Bond. Am I not getting bored? No, not really, dude. We're going to be at the airfield in a second. I'll stop answering them. Bruce Lee or Jackie Chan? Jackie Chan. Bruce Lee didn't get the opportunity to go on to do other stuff. Jackie Chan. Denzel or Morgan? Oh, that's a good one, isn't it? I'm going to go Denzel, but I like them both.
Robert Jan donated $5.01. This question has to be read out so you can't ignore it. Redline_C or Wakata.
Fuck me. I have... Whacker. And the reason for that is simple. I'm seeing Redline in a couple of weeks, so I can make it up to him. 50k for sure. I don't know how you're guaranteeing that you're getting the 50k a day though. Like, if somebody I barely know said, I'm going to give you 50k a day for life, or you're getting 20 million right now, which do you want? I'd take the 20 million. I understand. I'm not stupid enough to not know that 50 times like 100 is a lot of money, and then times that by 3 and you're not even at a year. You know, it's not very hard to work out, but in a scenario like that, I think I'd personally take the win. Take the 20 million. And just let that fucker compound. You'll be fine. If you somehow guaranteed it, like, I don't know, if the government is like, we're definitely going to do it, we're going to get the Royal Mint to make you a 50,000 pound coin every day, then all right, fair enough. But I feel like it's not safety. Whereas this 20 million, on the other hand, I'm sure it's going to happen. You feel like RJ needs a trip to the pit, do you? Half full or half empty? Half full. Sparkling or still? Still. Right, there was a lot of shots. There has to be someone around. Obviously, there won't be any shots now. I wish I had an 8x scope. I actually didn't really mean to come here, but then I came here anyway. don't have any range. I could be wrong, but I felt like the shots might have been more along the... What's that there? Tesla or Passat? Tesla. With the, as in just the two that I owned. Tesla. Yeah, Steve, that's exactly the point. Yeah, no one's going to be dishing out any 50k a year, 50k a day, or 20 million right now. VW or BMW? I think I'd pick VW. I've owned a few VWs. I've never owned a BMW. Cheater or hacker? I think hacker because it annoys more people when you say it. If you say hacker, then it's a bit like calling all of the Zs in DayZ zombies rather than infected. It's going to wind somebody up. If you call them cheaters, then nobody gets annoyed. I do have a PU scope. I think it's damaged, and I don't really want to shoot the SKS. Yeah, I've dropped it now, so we've solved that problem. Thoughts on the F1 movie? I've not seen it yet, dude. When it's streamable, it must be soon. I'm going to watch it. As soon as it's on Apple, I'll give it a watch. Mercedes or Porsche? Porsche. McDonald's or Burger King? I'm going to pick McDonald's, but I don't really like either. I don't like the sauce on the Whopper. Like the most famous burger from both, the Big Mac. I like the sauce. I like the special sauce. The sauce on the Whopper is fucking manky. I hate it. I don't like it at all. The actual meat is probably better on well, it is better on a Burger King, but the sauce is manky as fuck. Big spoon or little spoon? Big spoon. Razor Ruddock or Vinnie Jones? Ruddock was my favourite player as a lad. I used to quite admire Ruddock. I think though, to be honest, I'm going to pick Vinnie Jones as like now. He's been in some really good films. He's had a pretty torrid time of it as well. I pick Vinnie Jones. Back then, when they played, Razor Ruddock all day long. STI or STD? STD. Samantha Fox or Pamela Anderson? Melinda Messenger. The first one, Varghese.
Only 10 people to live on planet Earth with past or present?
Fuck me, dude. That's too big. That's too big, that. I can't do that. Winston Churchill. I honestly don't know. I don't know. My two kids, my parents, my grandma, yeah, Emily Blunt. Mel or Sue? Sue. Definitely Sue. AP or Patek? Patek. AP are just the Royal Oak Company. They're really nice, I'm sure, but definitely Patek. It's not even a competition. Honestly, I thought the shots were around here. Obviously I was wrong. I bet they were over that way then. I don't really have the range for this, do I? Madrid or Barca? I have to pick Barca, but I don't really like either. I would rather pick Barcelona though. Sorry if you're a Madrid fan. David or Richard Attenborough? David, he's an absolute national treasure. Lobster or crab? Crab. White meat from the crab. But the brown meat can get fucked. The sludgy stuff. Ugh. White meat, crab meat is amazing. Sean Locke or Bill Bailey? Sean Locke. And I'd have said that 10 years ago too. Undertaker or Hulk Hogan? I never really did wrestling. I'll say Undertaker though, because it was quite exciting when he had his brother that wasn't his brother, but it was his brother, but it wasn't his brother. But they were the same, but they weren't, and then he was Kane. Guy Ritchie or Tarantino? They're not in the same league. I think Guy Ritchie would even say that as well. I like Guy Ritchie films. I like them a lot, but Tarantino is in a slightly higher echelon. He's more in the sort of talk of Steven Spielberg and such. Guy Ritchie has not achieved that yet. Richard Hammond or James May? Oh, God. James May. But I don't want to watch any of the shows he makes now, though. Rachel Riley or Susie Dent? That's a good one, actually. That is a good one. I think I'll go Rachel Riley. Sean Locke or Frankie Boyle 10 years ago? That's really easy. Sean Locke by a mile. I saw Sean Locke stand up. He was fucking hilarious. It was the Purple Van Man tour. He was fucking hilarious. I saw Frankie Boyle stand up at the Colchester Institute, and mostly it was him talking about that time he said something on that TV show he was on that was kind of funny. Like Frankie Boyle is funny, but he's funnier when he's off the cuff talking about something that's like current affairs maybe. But Frankie Boyle's stand-up was mostly, look at this time I said something that was a bit contentious before that you already saw on the telly. James May or Jeremy Clarkson? I don't like Jeremy Clarkson, but I'm going to have to say Jeremy Clarkson. It's fairly simple. He winds me up, and I find him a bit infuriating. But if you ask me if I could watch anything that James May's done in the last 5 years, or Clarkson's Farm, I'd pick Clarkson's Farm all day long. Where the fuck were the shots at then? I can't just romp over there, can I? Don't you get tired of playing the game every day, dude? Well, I used to drive to work and do all sorts. Like most people's jobs involve doing similar things every day, but my job involves rolling out of bed and walking to this room and having fun and talking shit all day. It's brilliant. Sister Act or Sister Act 2? Ugh. I can't remember them well enough. I'll have to say the first one, though. I think they were both okay films, to be fair, but... Hugh Laurie or Stephen Fry? I think I'd probably have to say Stephen Fry. Socrates or Confucius? I'm too stupid. Too stupid for that one. Like, I think they were both like fullbacks for Portugal in the 1980s. Family Guy or Simpsons? I have to say Simpsons because I've never really got into most of the modern ones. Simpsons is like early Simpsons is my favourite. Stub toe or Funny Bone? Funny Bone all day long. Oh fuck. He moved so quick. He was like right next to the zombie. I'm going to be dead now. Dead or alive? Dead. That one zombie is not going to be enough. Oh, so fucking close. All right, well, there we go. That's the end of this or that. What a pain in the ass. It didn't even cost me the death. I wouldn't have seen the guy. Oh, my God, that's annoying. He only had one zombie. I'm amazed he didn't finish me off sooner. I managed to get the gun out, and when I was going to stay prone, but when he fired and missed, which was incredibly lucky, I just thought I'd better stand up. He's going to have time to shoot before I can turn to him, I think. So, oh, God. Anyway, we're not playing this or that tomorrow. JD Nord, thank you very much. Dav, thank you very much for the support. RJ, thank you. Vantra, OJ, thank you as well. Bread Scranner, thank you very much for the support. Nathan, thank you as well before that. Brian Murray, thank you for the membership. I enjoyed the stupid this or that. We won't be doing it every day though. It was kind of fun, but I kind of wish I'd killed that dude. Oh, it is what it is. I think you got another hour or two left. I've done 6 hours, and it's 9:30. I did start late, but I also prepared for this stream by doing 4 hours of driving. So I'll be back tomorrow. I don't normally stream Fridays, but I am on tomorrow, and I'm gonna do Valning tomorrow. I think we're gonna do Valning, which would be fun. It was fun yesterday, so hopefully we'll get a decent run at it. Bob Mortimer is still shit. Bob Mortimer is hilarious. Cheers, Tachyon. Right, guys, that's it from me. I'm going to go and probably watch second episode of Alien Earth. I watched the first one the other day. I'm going to go and chill out for a little bit, and I'll be back again tomorrow. Have a good one, peeps. Take it easy. Have a good one. Love Reebok or Nike? Oh, Nike. I even said it American way. Nike. There you go. There's my last one. Suds, dude, thank you for the 20 months. Cheers for the support, man. Thank you very much, guys. That's it for me. I'll take it easy. I'll catch you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.